Hi, and welcome to For We Are Many. This is Trisha speaking. I'll be your host this evening. Today we are joined by Attica Brother and original dual carded Young Lord and Black Panther, Nieves. Today in the studio with us is also Joe Gonzalez of the Brown Berets, and we have a few more who will be joining us shortly. Hello, everyone. How you doing? Joe, I believe you're still on mute.
Well, I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. How's everybody else doing? I know Comrade Che had a little slip and fall. He's been having a little bit of problems with that, but I'm glad to see that you were able to make it tonight because we almost thought we were going to have to do something else tonight. So thank you.
Indeed. Glad you made it, comrade. um, I know you have a presentation put together here to read to us today. Um, there is a video to accompany that, but I can't share it from my tablet directly, so we'll have to hold off on that until Kara gets here and can share it from her computer because it might crash the craplet. So if you'd like to dive right into what you have written up, we can go ahead and start with that, and we'll watch the video segment later when Kara gets here. All power. Thank you, comrade.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for allowing me to come here tonight to talk about Attica. And as always, greetings to all. Attica is all of us, always will be. The Attica Massacre was the bloodiest massacre in the United States. It takes its place alongside Kent State, Jackson State, My Lai, and others. We live in critical moments in history where fascism is continuously developing. We see it in the militarization of the police force. None of them have any accountability. Our neighborhoods are becoming war zones for SWAT teams. On September 9th, 1971, we at Attica Prison decided to take it over. We felt that it was time the masses know about Attica. Prior to that, we were unknown. A lot of things was happening in Attica. We were getting killed constantly, and nobody would ever know. It was time for us to bring the world to our attention. We wanted to bring consciousness about Attica. We wanted the world to know about our conditions. We were living in a horrible life, a very inhumane, very barbaric, very unjust life. All prisoners, once they enter prisons, they are stripped of all human rights. They are treated less than humans. All the guards at Attica were white and racist to the bone. The pigs had no respect for human life. What do you think about one shower a week? What do you think about that? What do you think about one toilet paper a month? What you think about that? Spanish visitations, depending if you spoke English. If your family spoke Spanish and no English, they will not be allowed into the prison. You will not be allowed in at all. You had to speak English in order to get in. And that'll kick in the ass. That included inmates and families. Food was lousy and it was always half cooked. If you went if you went to the infirmary, you would be given an aspirin for whatever health issues you had. You never saw the doctor actually. He was behind the screen all the time, so you only had verbal contact. Never you had physical contact with the doctor. And the way I understand it, he was German, so I think he was a Nazi. I think he was a Nazi because a lot of Spanish brothers, man, would go to the infirmary. They couldn't speak English, and guess what? They would be thrown out of the infirmary because they couldn't speak English. Ain't that a kick in the ass?
That is indeed.
Uh,
Holy shit.
Two family members were allowed into visitation, and they had to be related. It had to be either your wife or your brother or your uncle or your sister. Other than that, if you had a girlfriend that you was living that you had before you went to jail, you in trouble. You would not be able to have no contact with her whatsoever. None. If she wrote you a letter, I'm going to talk about that too. If she wrote you a letter and it said something about I would like to make love to you, they would rip that piece up, and you get half a letter. You will get half a letter.
Damn.
And not only that, but the Spanish, our people, Spanish people that didn't speak English and wrote a letter in Spanish, they get ripped up. It gets ripped up and thrown in the garbage because there was nobody there to understand it or to translate it. No one. So that's how we was treated. Oh, the food was lousy, very lousy. It was half cooked, and most of the time it was the same bullshit. I stop right here to see if there's any questions of what I said so far.
Let me check the comments to see if there's any questions there.
I still haven't learned how to do
Uh,
comments yet or raise my hand on this platform.
oh, there's not a hand to raise on this one. The comments are coming in from like Facebook and Twitch and YouTube.
Okay, so I'll keep
But
Okay,
going.
cool.
yep, go ahead.
Well,
There's no questions yet for you from the
The beginning,
audience.
the beginning of the Attica Rebellion was very spontaneous and chaotic. People were running all over the place. Some were mad at the guard, so they beat them up. I never beat up a guard. I wanted to, but I didn't. So they beat them up. Others didn't care. They were doing their thing. Some of them running all over the place, getting medications, getting drugs, getting oh man, it was chaos. It was total chaos at the beginning. In 2 hours, the chaotic and undisciplined riot became a well-organized, very disciplined rebellion. See the difference? It became totally different in 2 hours. It took a lot of work for us, though, but we did it. We began organizing security teams, one for 40 hostages that were taken, the other to protect the population. And that team was handled by a brother named Brother Big Black. And please listen, never keep that name in memory because I'm going to come back to it later. He was head of security for the population. Before I continue, let me say this. Attica is made up of 5 prisons. 5. A block, B block, C block, D block, and E block. Now, E block is for is segregation. Segregation is isolation. They would put people away they felt were troublemakers, such as me and other, such as me and other people. They would throw us in segregation, kick our ass, etc. Because you get an ass kicking before you enter segregation. So segregation was always for revolutionaries such as us. Many times I was sent to segregation for conducting political education on our tables. We had tables in the yard, and so we had people sit around and we conduct PE. I talked about Puerto Rico. I talked about Don Pedro Campo. I talked about Lolita Lebron. I talked about a lot of things. I talked about Puerto Ricans here in the United States, how how ignorant they are, man, to think that they're Americans. you know, And I guess that the pigs didn't like that either, man. So they used to, I used to holler when I talked to people so that they could hear me. People passing by the table and they wanted to come in, but they were scared because they would think that police would beat them up. Political education on our tables. Among others, I was always singled out. Each time we visited segregation is the abbreviation of segregation is seg. We used to call it seg. It was known we would get beat up and that place was so isolated that people will get killed and no one would know it. See, it was an isolated. It was a isolated place. You could yell all you want if you want to. Nobody will hear you. You know, it was crazy. As we organized ourselves in the yard, the pigs on the outside were also organizing themselves with lots of ammunition, some of which were banned by the Geneva Convention. That's true. It's very true.
Yep.
They had no all kinds of guns to use against us. We were armless. We didn't have no guns. The pigs knew that. The, the pigs knew that once given the order, they will storm the prison and kill, kill, kill. That's what they thought all about. They came to the prison with those intentions in mind to kill. They had so many arms, man. They had more arms in Attica than they have in Vietnam. It was crazy. But they came with a purpose. They came to kill. We demanded the following people to come observe and witness what we were doing. The following people were Huey P. Newton, Young Lord's Party, Prisoner Solidarity Committee, Louis Farrakhan, Clarence B. Jones of the Amsterdam News, Tom Wicker of the New York Times, the Fortune Society. The Fortune Society is an organization that was organized, that was put together. I think it was in 1972 or 73 or 74, around those two, one of those years, where an inmate came out and went out and formed this organization that addressed issues to prisoners. Prisoners would come out and go to the Fortune Society, and they help them get a job, et cetera, to keep them out. That was what the Fortune Society was about.
All
Okay,
about.
Amsterdam News. Tom Wicker on the New York Times, the Fortune Society, Auburn League. In addition, ABC, CBS, and other news media. Everything said in the yard was televised. One of the people concerns, One of the people's concerns was the hostages. Well, the hostages were well taken care of. The Muslims were taking care of them. They had more. They had more rights while they were hostages in that yard than they ever gave us when we was prisoners in Attica. Some of them were even interviewed by. Some of them were also interviewed, and they also talked about how protected they were. There was no harm coming to them. And that's very important because people on the outside looked at the possibility, man, that we were going to hurt the hostages. And we didn't. We treated them with utmost respect. Beyond a doubt, we knew they were going to storm the prison, but we didn't know how. We didn't know. One of our Panther brothers named L.D. Barkley, while being televised, said the following: "We are men and not beasts, and we do not intend to be driven as such. We, the imprisoned men at Attica, seek an end to the injustice suffered by all prisoners, regardless of race, creed, or color." I'll stop there for a minute. Any comments?
Yes. Gabby had asked if you know what the current conditions are in Attica today, if it's still the same or if anything has improved.
Well,
if you're aware.
it's still the same. Nothing has really changed. There's a few things that the minor things that has changed. People have a little bit more recreation. In Attica, but
Okay.
the vegetation still remains. The food still remains. The security still remains. So really, when you look at it, no. In general, the prison still remains the same. We demand that all institutions. Is that it? Is that it?
Yep.
What's that? I will say, like, it's a really important facet of these struggles, the multicultural aspect of us all integrating and coming together, because the prison struggle is the lumpen proletarian struggle predominantly. And so
Hmm.
that factor is like a really core factor as to what was the strength of not only the Attica movement, but the prison struggle in general.
Okay.
Indeed.
So when we speak of prison struggle, we also we include we I'm included because I at that time, I was a leader. I don't like to say that, man, too much you know on play, because there's a lot of things that people don't even know, about Che Nieves, and I don't want people to know who Che Nieves, a lot of things about Che Nieves, because Che Nieves was a hell of a revolutionary in prison, and I played a great role, you know, on it. Excuse me for a minute. I gotta charge this laptop. Excuse me for a minute.
No worries, comrade. It's okay.
Uh, we demand that all institutions using inmate labor be made to conform with the state and federal minimum wage laws. We demand an end to police brutality being perpetrated upon all inmates. That was the beginning part of our negotiation. Our demands are few, just a few amongst many others. We demand NYS, New York State minimum wage law, all state institutions, at all state institutions. Stop the slave law. Allow all prisoners to be politically active without intimidation or reprisals, and all censorship of letters, newspapers, magazines, and all political publications. When an inmate reacts reaches, additional release conditions. There's certain laws when you when you're doing like 15 years and you reach a certain stage, a certain level, like 10 years or 11 years, is what you call conditional release. And conditional release, there's enough time they give you, and they put you out in the world, and then you finish it up, the finishing up the remaining out in the world. That's what they call conditional release. Uh, but we didn't want that. When an inmate reaches conditional release, they give them full release without restrictions. Allow inmates to have a representative when they go over to the parole board. See, when you go to parole board, what happens when you go to the parole board, you stand there in front of four representatives from the parole board, and then they ask you questions, and then you answer these questions, and that's it. They don't tell you, man, whether they're gonna let you go or not. They say, oh, they'll let you know, and then you go back to your cell and you wait. You know, and with me, I had 7.5 to 15, so I used to go to the. I went to the parole board like 4 times. Every time they we'll let you know. And it was 2 years later, I was going back to the parole board. So we talking here about, having representatives in the parole board. like lawyers, that would know the difference between, the unjust and the just, and they'll be able to address issues, man, that we couldn't address in a parole board. Okay. We also established in the yard. This was in the yard. We also established a medical center for people who were injured or people who were cold, had colds, or people who was getting sick or whatever. There was a nurse in the yard. And he was an inmate. His name was Tiny. And he was Irish, by the way. But he was a hell of a good man. He was a hell of a good man. He took care of business while in the yard with us. The me-
Power. Hell, at least he was there providing proper care, when
yeah,
you couldn't count on the people in the actual medical area to give proper care, and especially over if they couldn't understand somebody
See, the thing
speaking
is, I never know
Spanish.
whatever happened to Tiny, man, because I think he got killed. I think he got killed because ain't nobody ever heard of him ever since that, ever since Attica. People don't know what happened to him or etc. I don't know. But he was a hell of a good
Okay.
man, man. And he took care of business, man. And we also set up a food shop, where people who were hungry, they would go to because, when the Attica went off, everybody raided different places. The commissary was raided, brought food to the yard, cigarettes, man. People were smoking like crazy. People have three or four packs of cigarettes in their pockets and smoking like crazy. You know, uh, so we took care of business. We made sure that everybody's needs were well taken care of.
That's what's up. Going Robin Hood on the commissary. All power.
We did, you know, people, So like I said, the situation was very chaotic at the beginning because people was drugging, man. I didn't want to say that, but people were drugging. People, raided the infirmary, and oh man, it was everything. But they had medication, they had pills. I mean, people were having fun. They were having fun in that yacht, but we had to put a stop to it. We had to put a stop to it because that didn't address what we wanted to address, and it was a bad reputation. And so a brother named Champ, which was a jailhouse lawyer, he got on the bullhorn with everybody. There's 1,200 people in the yard, man. It was 1,200 people in the yard, and he said, listen, man, we have to stop all this bullshit, man, because our thing here is very serious, and you don't know how serious we got into, so we need to stop all the bullshit, man. And he went into further other things, but in about 2 hours, everything was stopped. Everything was back to normal. Okay, where did that stop? Okay, the media provided the world with our demands and issues. We negotiated for 3 days because a hostage who earlier in the takeover was hit so bad and injured so hard, so severely that he died. And when we found out he was dead, it was a game of cards for our negotiation 2 days later, because now they will not give us any. They won't give us no rights, to no issues to fight with. The only thing we had was amnesty. We requested that we get amnesty, and even that was refused to us. Okay.
You should have gotten amnesty too. All you guys were doing was protesting for your human rights to be respected there.
Yeah, but see, the
But
thing is that they didn't want to give us amnesty because amnesty will do away with all possible convictions. All possible convictions in the yard. Like kidnapping. There was kidnapping. They claimed that we kidnapped the hostages. We injured the hostages. That was. That was. I was assault in the first degree. All kinds. There was all kinds of charges that could have been, you know, given to us if if they would have gave us, they would have didn't give us the amnesty. Those charges would have come, would have came upon us, and we would have been in trouble, And so we try to hold on to that amnesty issue, but nobody would. The state would refuse to give us amnesty. They wanted to charge us with all kinds of charges, and later on, I'm not going to talk about it. But later on, that's what happened. 60 people, 62 people, 62 brothers, man, were charged with all types of crimes. But what happened was that later on, within a year's time, they had to drop all those charges because they were all makeup charges. They couldn't prove nothing that we did in that yard. They could not prove it. So they had to drop those charges, And then later on, later on that, we won what, $12 million. But I'm not going to talk about that here.
But they
It looks like
were
Car.
they were trying to make an example. So they were
Yeah,
like, even
Okay.
if they couldn't prosecute you, putting you through court hell, dragging you through all that mud, giving all the grace that such a situation gives, and making you feel harrowed and broken is enough for them to feel satisfied that they have made an example. What they don't get is the resolve of a situation when revolutionaries are involved, because it's like, oh yeah, you've smacked me on the wrist. Well, I punched you around the side of the head, motherfucker. So you're making an example of me because I'm gonna punch you around the side of the head again, and I'm gonna keep doing it until you drop.
when the media started interviewing those hostages, the all the hostages, there were 40 of them, 40 hostages. All of them talked good about us. They didn't talk bad about us. They said, "Man, what Rockefeller needs to do is give these men these innocent men, what they want. Give them what they want, you know." But that was
Mhm.
something else. I'm going to address as I go forward. I'll talk about that.
Oh
Uh,
yeah,
we felt that we came too far to surrender. We felt that we was. I mean, we came all this way, and we were going to surrender. That was crazy. We couldn't. We couldn't surrender. We had to keep on going. Our attempts, our observers. We had observers. All the observers that came in, they were all they all came together, and they were all trying to get Rockefeller, which was the governor at that time, the possibility of coming to the prison to either talk to us or to talk to the observers. It doesn't matter who. The observers said, come to talk to us better. That way, it would tell the inmates, that we do have concerns, and we do care. But Rockefeller
Right.
refused. Rockefeller was having cahoosing with Nixon, because Nixon at the time was the president, and him and Nixon talked a lot about Attica. They had conversations about it. Nixon even asked Rockefeller. He said, "Is it true that some of these inmates are black?" Hello.
Oh, good Lord.
Hello. Where the fuck are you coming from?
you're just that reporter. You're just diving in through the crowd, and it's like, Jay, is it true that some of your comrades are black?
Yeah, that was crazy. So okay,
Oh
our,
gosh, the
okay,
horrors.
our observers attempted to talk with Governor Nelson Rockefeller, but he was negotiating with President Nixon to how to storm the prison. They had no intention to talk to us, nor our observers. Sunday, the president advised Rockefeller to storm the prison. It was on a Sunday, but they stormed it on a Monday at 8 a.m. I'm gonna stop right there for a moment. Any questions?
I don't see any questions in the comments there, but if anybody who's in the studio has any, by all means, hop in. Go
Drop the
ahead, Joe.
beat, Joe.
Okay, and this is when you're talking about those that were allowed into the yard as outside witnesses, um, which varied amongst a lot of them. And I was hoping we could have watched the video prior to this. Of course, we can always watch the last
I've
20
got it
minutes of
ready
that
for
video
after.
after this, before we go into a conversation about this. I know you're not done, Comrade, but even with the strength of William Kunstler, the sons of bitches still didn't listen. And
Oh yeah, well I
he's
didn't
been a
mention William
political
Kunstler, and
advocate.
I didn't mention William Kunstler on the thing, yeah, but he was also part of the observers. William Kunstler, as well as many others, man. Senator Dunn, I'm going to talk about him a little later also. You know, I mean, Kunstler was our lawyer. Kunstler went in there with the intentions of not only supporting us but representing us. He was a radical lawyer, man. He was a revolutionary, as far as I'm concerned. And he attempted on various occasions to talk to Governor Nelson Rockefeller, but man didn't want to talk. Man was too much concerned with the possibility of the elections was coming up, and he wanted to look good. He was about he was conservative. He wanted to look good, and so he wanted to impose. He wanted to display the image to the public that he was against crime, and so he did what he did. You know, but it fell back. It fell back to him.
Yeah.
It fell back on him. Uh, that's it.
Um, do
Oh yeah, yeah.
Robert
No, no,
or
no,
Dr. Rob have any
nothing.
questions? Or did you have more to your question, Joe?
No, there's a lot of things to talk about, but I want to continue on, and we'll follow back on anything out towards the end. No problem.
I can't hardly hear it. Breaking up.
Oh, power.
Yeah, that's why I cranked his volume a little, so like he'll be crackly but a little more audible. I will say like the a kind of bit of an extension of my point from earlier. It's like when it comes to prison struggle, they're more likely to make a show an example for us. Like you look at yeah, even for fucking the right wing in prison, you compare them outside of prison to inside of prison, they're more likely to get their ass punked because it's like in prison, there is no acceptance of trying to fucking break the hierarchical structure in a way that puts the guards on the back burner, regardless of who you are. It's not like outside where you'll see all these middle class white people pushing the boundaries on the legal system, and the police will just be like, oh, so polite, so kind, and all that. No, you gotta be like willing to be their bitch in some way, shape, or form because they rule the roost when you're inside their court. And it's like, I mean, any of the prison brethren that are around will know this. It's like the lumpen bourgeoisie and the lumpen petty bourgeoisie work extensively with the guards. They're actual big man, boss man, like they ain't bitch to no one. But then they'll be making loads of under the table deals and getting into right little fuckeries with the guard system and what's going on there. That's how they get all their produce in. They got a brown tongue a little bit so they can get their shit in and then kick the fuck out of all of us and start selling drugs to us all. And it's like, a big thing that comes into these situations is how the class structure in prisons affects prison riots because the lumpen bourgeois and lumpen petty bourgeois work with the guards to maintain prison stability. And that's like a really intrinsic thing in a lot of these riots is that the police don't just rely on their own brutality; they rely on their little agents inside that do all the work for them.
Mm.
Uh, Before we move on into the next section of his presentation, do either of the Robs have any questions or comments? Going once, going twice, sold for nothing. All right,
Okay,
go ahead, continue, Che.
Before I continue, let me go back a little bit because I missed a piece of that's very important, which was August 21st of 1971, where George Jackson was murdered in Soledad prison. And it was a moment in time where 1,200 people in the yard of Attica, including whites who didn't even know who George Jackson was, stood up and protested with us, and the protest was a hunger strike. We walked into the mess hall with a black armbands. And we walked around the food, passed the food, and sat down. Didn't even pick up a utensil. And we waited until our time was up to get up and walk out, and we did that also. It caused a lot of fear to the guards because they have never seen such a protest like that in their lives. 1,200 men not eating? What? What are you talking about?
Right.
That was crazy. But nevertheless, we went back to the yard, and we had a memorial day for, some of us cried, we had, it hurt us. George Jackson really, his death was really a hurt. But it also gave us the courage and the strength to keep on struggling, and as a result of that, the Attica thing came about.
Yeah, that's like a really important facet with like what both inside and outside the prisons is George Jackson's death is like a catalyst for people fucking getting absolutely riled the fuck up. His shit spread far and wide outside of the borders of America.
Yeah, a lot of prisons, man, picked up on the hunger strike, and they follow up with hunger strikes also, and they've been hunger strikes ever since. Every time George Jackson's death date comes, there's something happening in prison. Something happened, but George Jackson gave the prison movement some strength. As well as the Attica struggle, man, gave the prison movement a lot of strength to build what has been built today in these prisons, man, especially with the prison movement. But okay. Monday morning, we didn't expect an attack, but they sent in a helicopter to spread pepper gas. Now, that's another thing. That pepper gas that they spread in that yard on that particular day was banned by the Geneva Convention.
Yep. Sure was.
Once that gas huh?
Sorry, I was just going to say it was a war crime, basically.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it burned your eyes. It irritated your skin. I mean, it did a lot of things. Once the gas touched our eyes, it burned our vision. A few minutes, and the yard was foggy. The yard was totally foggy, and yet the helicopters flying over and telling people, surrender to your nearest officer, you will not be harmed. Now, how the fuck could you surrender to somebody you can't even see? Everything is foggy in front of you. And those that did surrender got killed.
Yeah, I'm gonna say like surrender and you won't be harmed. Fuck off. Like we haven't heard that lie before. Like
Right. And they didn't mean it in this case either, because I remember you telling me before about how they treated y'all once you were lined up, and I'm sure you'll get to that.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about that. I'm gonna
but
talk
like
about that too.
there
I'm
is
gonna
a
talk
core
about.
element to show tear gas is illegal in war, but they can just deploy it here. Like you would, as Wade's pointing out, you'd be breaching the fucking Geneva Convention to use that on a battlefield in war. Tell that to Israel, though. But the tear gas, a lot of the time is based on white phosphorus. White phosphorus burns your skin. It is really fucking dangerous, even in small amounts. And they'll just
Yeah,
deploy that on people, and like your eyes, they're not just like being like blinded. They're actually being like heated up. They're burning. That's how they're watering so bad. Like you don't want to be hit with that shit. And so like that that's torture. Like outright through and through.
Hmm. That stuff reacts directly with oxygen, so the minute it's deployed and makes contact with any of your flesh, it starts burning it. It
yeah, it
fucking
started
burns you
burning,
alive.
man. It started burning my eyes, and it made me fall to the ground. I couldn't help it. I had to fall to the ground. Okay, when we couldn't. Okay, when we couldn't even. But how could we surrender when we couldn't see anyone in front of us? And that's very true. We couldn't see nobody. It was foggy. The prison was foggy. Those that attempted got shot and killed. Moments later, we were forced to strip naked and crawl on the wet ground. As we crawl, crawl, we heard screams and yells. We also felt urine on our backs. Yes, they urinated on us, no doubt. We were also kicked in the ribs, in our heads, in our backs. And someone told me, "Get up, nigga, and go join that circle, that circle." I got up from the ground and I stripped myself and I went and joined the circle that was going around. Moments later, I was taken out of that circle, put an X on my back. The X was a clear indication that I was going to get killed. I was then told to join a few others who will also have X on their backs. We were singled out as leaders. While we were being abused in the yard, they were on the outside claiming, check this out, they were claiming that we killed the hostages. And when
Wow.
they were shooting, they even they killed, they killed 33 inmates. They say 29, but it actually was 33, and 10 guards. And those 10 guards that they shot, they try to put it put that on us and say that we shot the guards. How could we shoot the guards? We ain't had no guns.
They likely did that on
Right.
purpose. This mirrors the same shit they did to our brothers and sisters in Palestine when they took hostages and they were treating them just like y'all were. They were treating them with hospitality while in the middle of, I mean, in prison or in a fucking a death camp of a country. You're like providing hospitality is one of the hardest things to do for your own family, let alone a hostage. And both of y'all did it, where you provided the hospitality necessary to look after the hostages, and then they're all like, "Oh, they tortured them, they killed them, blah blah blah." And what you find out is they shot the hostages. No one else did. No one was trying to kill hostages. The whole point of capturing hostages isn't to kill them; it's to fucking ransom them. And secondly,
That part.
like anyone who would be involved in any point of torture would be, let's say you don't have enough resources to provide for a hostage, who would be the torturee? The one not willing to give the concessions, or the people just asking for simple fucking concessions? There is no argument they can use to try and blame the people of struggle for any harm that was done to the hostages. It's all on the head of the state.
Right. You guys literally did not have the means to be the ones shooting anybody. And like you said before, you had the Muslim brothers watching over the hostages because they held that line of peaceful protest and literally encircled. You can see in the photos they have encircled the hostages to protect them with their own bodies.
Yeah,
So how
yeah,
they can try to put that on you guys is beyond me.
yeah. Uh,
Because
okay.
they went in there on purpose to kill them. That's what seems
While
like to me.
standing with my hands on the wall, a sergeant came around asking us our names and whom to contact. This was an indication that we was going to be shot and killed. A state trooper was sitting behind us, preparing his rifle to shoot us. A senator named Dunn, who was part of our service team, came out came out onto the catwalk and saw what was about to happen. And he said, I do not want to see that. I want that stopped. And so he did. And that saved our lives, really. I seen what I seen his Senator Dunn a few years ago uh, in the city when we had a meeting with some other Attica brothers to talk about Attica, and he came. So I hugged him and I said, "Listen, man, I really want to extend my appreciation to you, man, because if it wasn't for you, man, we would have been dead, because they were ready to kill us, man. There ain't no doubt." In the yard
Indeed.
during the shooting, there were many abuses as well as sexual abuses. People who had dentures and eyeglasses were told to turn them over to a guard who in turn threw them on the ground and smashed them. One inmate was told to bend over and a stick was jammed into his rectum.
That's horrifying.
This is all proof. It's all facts.
Those
They
guards
were
should have been
These
charged with
are
sexual
natural
assault.
facts. Brother Big Black, remember him? Was
Hmm.
put on a table on his back with a football between his neck and told that if it fell, he would get killed.
Fuck you know.
Meanwhile, they threw lit cigarettes on his stomach, on his chest, and of course on his private parts. You can hear loud and clear pigs yelling, "Niggas must die. This is white man's time." That's what they were saying. You could hear they were saying it outside as well. We were forced to run a gauntlet with 25 officers on each side. Now, a gauntlet ain't no joke.
No, it's not.
A gauntlet is not a joke, but I'll talk about that. With 25 officers on each side, with clubs, sticks, rifles, and guns. As we ran through this gauntlet, horrible gauntlet, we had to cover our faces, our heads. We were hit in our heads, our arms, our legs, our backs, everywhere they could hit us, they did. So very forcefully. Some emergency technicians in the yard later witnessed how abuses were conducted. Some people were shot in the head as they crawled. Those that were shot but didn't die were told to either crawl or, if not, to run the gauntlet. In that case, you hurt, you injured, you got bullets in you, and then they're telling you to get up and run, or else, get up and run to the gauntlet. Is that a kick in the ass?
Uh huh. That was their full intent, though. They wanted to dehumanize you guys.
Yeah. Many of us who were crawling, we were doing so over broken glasses. We were running over broken glasses in the gunman. We were running. We had a hand like that. And I was doing this. I was doing that. So I was running. But I fell a few times. I fell because I was in total pain. I mean, I was in such pain. It was crazy. By the time I got to the end of the gauntlet, I couldn't make it no more. I was tired. I was in pain. And they put me in a cell, and I after I got after they put me in the cell with two other brothers who had gunshots. They were shot, and one got shot in the legs, the other one got shot in the chest, and they were bleeding, and they were in there and cold. They were bleeding and dying, and yet they were in there with me. Uh, One of my brothers named Jomo, he passed away just recently, was shot 7 times, yet he was able to live. To live. When I got to the end of the gauntlet, I was all hurt up. My body couldn't take it no more. I was then put in a cell with two other brothers, like I said. For the rest of the night and following the next day, they forced me to put my chin on the bars, and they played Russian roulette with me all night. They played Russian roulette with me all night, all day, and into the night, 2 days stay. What they were trying to do, they were trying to inject or instill in my mind psychological fear, but they couldn't.
Yeah.
I'm too fucking hard. They could. I mean, I don't know what they were trying. Whatever they were trying to do, they missed. Because I said to myself, at one point, I was gonna give up, man. I was gonna say, "Fuck you, motherfucker. You want to kill me? Kill me." You know. Um,
Right.
but I didn't say that, and that's what I wanted to say, but I didn't because there was two other brothers that were injured inside, man, and all they needed to do is see that this pig killed me, and that was enough evidence for them. So they didn't do that. Uh, where am I? Okay. For 2 days, they played Russian roulette with me. They attempted again, like I said, they attempted to instill the psychological fear that they couldn't do. For 3 days, we were not given any food, nor did we were able to see a doctor. 3 days. Here's the brothers, man, injured, bleeding. Here I am, all hurt up, man, bumps all over my body. I'm in total pain. I couldn't even hardly stand up. And they're gonna and for 3 days, 3 long days, they refused to let us see a doctor. 4 days later, we were taken out of this area, which was A block, I think, and put in segregation with the rest of our brothers. It was in segregation where we found out that 33 prisoner brothers were killed and 10 hostages, among hundreds who were shot and injured. In my conclusion, let me say that the prison system is seriously in trouble and getting worse. Prison conditions have worsened since 1971. The government refuses to acknowledge prison issues. The court system in the 80s sealed for 50 years any information pertaining to Attica. 50 years. They have been trying to hide the truth about Attica. I will end with this note. This is a little note that I put. The dead has been buried along with the truth until the truth surfaced and brought out what people has not been told, which is the truth. And it's here to stay. The cover-up started as soon as the shooting stopped. People didn't know that the White House was involved in the shooting and killing of people. Nelson Rockefeller and President Nixon were two corrupted politicians were in cahoots with each other that caused the Attica massacre to happen.
What's
And
it?
with that, I say power to the people.
All power to the people.
All power.
Stalin actually had a very similar quote. Um, so commenting on like the way people look at the Soviet Union, the way people looked at Stalin, Stalin turned around and was like, okay, like there may be by the time I die, um, there may be a mound of rubble over my grave. Um, but the winds of um the winds of time and the storms of change will blow that rubble off of my grave and show people the truth.
Indeed. Well, does anybody in the audience have any questions, or either of the Robs? If you'd like to kick your camera on and jump in the convo, you're more than welcome to.
Brother Che, so you were there at Attica when all
I was there when everything was happening?
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes, I was. From the
Well,
very
like
beginning to the very end.
how have a lot of people? My question, I guess, is people deal with trauma and PTSD in different ways. What's helped you kind of manage like the trauma of all that, even like in reading this? For some people, even just like reading about it can be a little triggering. For other people, it can be like emboldening. I just wonder if you dealt with PTSD from any of this and how you kind of put all that in perspective. Thank you.
Say this. Let me say this to that. When I wrote this, I was crying. Literally crying, tears coming out my eyes. My wife was looking at me and said, "Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that to yourself?"
For the people.
Why are you doing this to yourself? I always cry because it hurts. I'm always hurt.
Thank you, beloved elder comrade, for doing this work even when it's painful. Thank you.
You're such a dedicated comrade.
It has to be
to
put out there, because Attica has been erased from the court system. They keep it under. Where am I? They keep it under. They put a censor on it. And for the last 50 years, it's been you can't talk about it. You talk about it, you go to jail. That's how they did that. Now they talk about one of the reporters, Heather Anderson. She came out with this book on Attica, blood. I forgot the name of it. Blood in the water, and that's a book on Attica. Everybody should try to read it if you can get it. Blood in my water, and
yeah.
It's a hell of a good book, man. It tells the truth, man. And she had to sacrifice herself a lot to try to get some information, because a lot of information are still censored by the court system. Because if the truth was to get out there, a lot of people, especially state troopers. A lot of people are accountable for a lot of deaths that were committed, as well as sexual abuses that were committed in their yard. There's a few brothers, man, white young young. Well, they're not young no more. They're in my age, but some white brothers, man, who was sexually abused. You know, I ain't even talked about it, man. But a few of them were sexually raped in the yard. You know, and there's all this information. There's so much information that they don't want to put out there because a lot of people will be accused and a lot of people will probably go to jail. You know, but I know that the truth has to be put out there one way or the other. It has to be put, and you can't stop the truth from being told. Yeah,
Comrade Joe, I see you got a question.
Oh, and thanks, Robert Stone, for even bringing that up. Like, hey, Chet, like, horsepower, revolutionary love, comrade, for even bringing this topic into conversation. And nobody can say we know what you're going through or what we can't say we feel you. You know, we don't because we work there. But the fact that you guys, and not just the young lords, but and the other organizations that were there and the other ethnic groups that were there dealing with those issues at the time, um, it, it's still what like going on today. Maybe not as bad because y'all made a stance, but it's still going on today. Like I'm working with some people that are, I guess, abolitionists, abolishing the police department, abolishing cop cities, abolishing what's going on in our prison systems, and abolishing our school to prison pipeline. So this is very, very, like you said, Attica lives in all of us. You hit the nail on the head right there because this is still going on today, comrade. And that's all.
All power. Thank you, Comrade.
I'm running.
No, Ted, no
I
Santa
along with a
no
few other
Santa
people. We organized this Attica campaign to close Attica. So we try to we got a lot of people who's involved in that, and we tried to see if we could close Attica. But Attica is only is only one prison amongst many others, you know. But we had to start somewhere, and I think we have to start with Attica.
Indeed.
Ways
All
that we
power.
can ways that we can highlight this move to shut down Attica will always be a great thing to sort of get out there because I think more people need to, especially if they're in the area, get involved with this kind of work and help the older comrades in shutting Attica down. Fucking hell. The what's it? The Rob Strong brought up a really, really important point in that regards. And as someone who has like severe CPTSD, who's been through a lot of trauma, I don't know exactly what it's like to go through the prison aspect of that. Because fortunately, this lumpen proletarian bitch has avoided the fucking slam house for now. But it's harrowing. It doesn't fucking leave you, and as you say, like it brings you to like that lowest level when you do it. But what's a very powerful thing is that see, Che, you ever since I've met you, you've always shown this. You're a self-sacrifice kind of guy. Like you put a lot of risk for other people out there, and you'll go back broken fucking fury before you'll give up on other comrades and shit. And that's why like it's beautiful your willingness. I remember when I first asked you about it before we even got involved with Wham about like wanting to come out and actually speak about these experiences to people so we can learn from it is really, really fucking important because it's harrowing having to relive those experiences, every one of them, from the lightest form of torture to the harshest form of abuse. It all fucking rings through you like a fucking like a twisted up sponge. And like it's inspiring being able to learn these things. It helps solidify, especially us younger comrades, a lot of what we need to learn about dealing with these things. Because as I say about a lot of us are going to end up in prison. Like a lot of us are going to end up fucked and on our ass. And so it's like really important that we have that empathic connection and that we like fucking learn those things from you and you drop the beat on us. And like your heart and soul is in your presentation for
All proud. Rob Rich, you've got the floor.
Yeah, I appreciate you for coming on here. And I think, from somebody else like myself who's also been to prison, like I don't know how anybody could leave out of these prisons without some form of PTSD. Something that triggers something in some way. I know I have certain things that may not necessarily be like triggering like uh, like a sorrow or anything like that, but it triggers a fight or flight type situation where like the scuffling of feet. Like if some of you hear scuffling of feet, you automatically your instinct is to get on your feet to make sure like everything's all right. Or keys jingling real quick. Usually like that's like a sound of like the guards running towards an emergency situation. Something's going down. Like you instantly are gonna be responding to that. um so like to have something like that, but like times 20 with like Attica, I can't even imagine. There's stories in different situations I hear from this prison on the regular, the screams at night, or the sounds of the radios. Like there's so many different little things that just brings you back to being within that concrete and steel cell. And that's, I can't imagine where a sound of the keys will bring you back to a war zone like Attica. Like, cause I was never in a war zone like that. So like for something like that to bring back, I couldn't imagine. So I just, hats off to you for doing whatever you can to keep yourself together, this long.
Let me say something to that. For the first 5 years that I was out here, when I hear an airplane come, I run. I run wherever. I will try to run and hide. And it was a very hard situation to get out of, because that was the helicopter. The helicopter came in and dropped that tear gas. And so when I came home and I used to hear helicopters, airplanes, I'd run, man. I'd be scared. And for the first 5 years also, I just couldn't sleep. I had horrible dreams, man. I would dream about Attica every day, because not that I'm a Christian or none of that stuff, but I'm going to use the word miracle, to say that something must have happened for me to have been able to survive that situation, because I was destined to die. When they put that X on my back and put me up against the wall with the rest of the brothers, that was death. I was supposed to get, they were supposed to kill me. And when I was when I was crawling in the mud, somebody was standing and had his foot on my back and peeing on me. I mean, that is, you can't imagine that. I mean, so I mean,
Uh,
I was supposed to have been dead, man. That I wasn't supposed to have left Attica, but for some reason I did.
Comrade Joe, I see you've got your hand up. Go ahead. I think you're on mute still, Comrade. There we go.
No, I think I'm to myself. Um, yeah, we have had conversations about this in the past, and I don't know if you would like to share with us, comrades, um, your early childhood and what even led you into having to go to prison to begin with, and having to deal with uh, such just forms of their way of calling it a correctional facility. It's not a correctional facility because they ain't trying to correct shit. It's just housing motherfuckers just to make a dollar. And nowadays, just before even private old prisons that we have to deal with in today's times. But would you like to touch it? And then not to mention, I know we were supposed to start this presentation with the last 20 minutes of that video. So I want to make sure we have that within recording time. And then, Che, can you just brief us on what are some of the things early on that even led you into the prison system? And that's all. Thank you.
Papa.
I couldn't understand a lot of stuff that he was saying. I don't know what's happened with his.
I couldn't either, but I get the gist of what he was saying. So, like, he was asking that, like, with your we've learned a lot of the life of revolutionary Che. What about what turned you into a revolutionary? What about your early life and what eventually got you into prison?
Oh, okay. I went to prison when I was 14 years old. I was in a gang fight, and this guy took out a knife, and I tussled with him, and I just happened to take the knife away from him. At that time, I was all reefed up. I was smoking reefer, and I used to smoke a lot of weed, and I'd be drinking, and so when I was in this gang, and we went to fight against this other gang, and this guy took a knife out on me, and I just tussled with him, and I took it away from him. Some people say, well, why didn't you throw the knife away? Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds all good. But what would have happened if he would have had the knife and stabbed me? So that's what I did in return. I gave him what he was gonna give me, and I stabbed him. But I didn't stab him with any intention of killing him. But he died, nevertheless. And for almost 2 days, they were searching for me. I was hiding out in my girlfriend's house. I was in my girlfriend's house hiding, because my girlfriend's mother and father, they loved the shit out of me, man, because I was a good person with their daughter. I never yelled at her. I never screamed at her. I never touched her sexually. We never had any sex. All we used to do is kiss all day. Kiss, 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 kiss. And I love her kisses. But anyway, so I went to jail, and I was scared. When I first entered jail, I was scared. But I wasn't scared of people trying to do anything to me. I was scared of just being there, period. I had a lot of fights while in prison because I was a young kid, and there was some guys who was trying to abuse me, and I would not allow that to happen. There was a few occasions where I stabbed one, and a few others, man. I mean, I got vicious, man. You look at me, I smack you. I don't smack you, I punch you. If I'm in a mess and we both together, and you looking at me, I'll hit you with a tray. And then I go, here I am getting locked up, going to segregation for these reasons. And for the first 2 years, I was fighting and fighting and fighting just to maintain my respect, and so nobody would try to rape me. After 2 years, everything changed. Nobody said, "No, man, I ain't gonna mess with that dude. That dude is crazy." I wasn't crazy. I just didn't take no shit from nobody. That was my thing.
Right.
You fuck with me, man, you in trouble. And so after that, I started playing handball in the yard, and I got good at it, man. I got so good, man. I used to bring boxes of cigarettes, my cartons of cigarettes back to my cell every day. I said, "Oh shit! I used to smoke like hell." Every time you see me, I had a cigarette in my mouth. One here, one here. I was crazy smoking. And so,
Bragging rights on the
and
yard.
so I took some of those boxes of cigarettes. You know that was money. You call that money in prison? And so I said, man, I'm going to try to see if I could, you know, give me some food in the mess hall. If I get somebody some, a few packs of cigarettes, and that's how I started doing it, and that started everything went well with that. And then in the laundry, I said, man, shit, I'm gonna start to look good, man. So I gave people money, cigarettes, so that they could wash and iron my clothes. And I started looking like a pimp. I started looking like a pimp. I couldn't believe it. I said, man, I walk out that cell, man, I was clean as a board of health.
That's what
And I
people
was
don't
so
know about.
clean, it was crazy. But all that, playing handball was good. I was a professional. But then one day, these two brothers came up to me as I finished playing handball, and they were 5%ers, by the way. And they said, "Yo, brother, we like how you play ball, man. We would like for you to read a book that we got for you." I said, "What? What you want me to read?" They said, "Well, here's this book." I looked at it, you know, and I said, "Well, I don't know nothing about this man. Who is he?" He said, "Well, his name is Malcolm X. I want y'all to read it." So I said, "Okay, I'll read it. No problem." So I went back to my cell and I read the book. But once I read that book, it really it changed my whole attitude. It made me see the world in a different context, and I said, "Oh shit." So I stopped playing handball. I stopped playing pimping on people, because I pimping, you need cigarettes? Okay, I'll give you a pack of cigarettes. You got to give me back 2 packs of cigarettes. You give me 2 packs. I give you 2 packs. You got to give me 4 packs. I was a hustler, man. And so when I read Malcolm, all that shit just came to a head, man. And I said, no, I started giving up that, you know. And then I just kept on working in the tailor shop. I was making clothes. I learned how to make a coat, how to make a pants, how to put together socks, underwear, shirts, t-shirts, all that. As a matter of fact, I got a certificate for that. Well, back then, I don't know. I don't have it no more, but back then. And so that's what happened. And then I started socializing more and more with the 5%ers until we got big. And once an organization in prison gets big, the administrations they get they single in on you. They start watching you. So they shoot me up with others, and they transferred me from Nabanack State Prison, which was Eastern Correctional Facility in New York, to Auburn Prison upstate. And I went to upstate. By then I was close to like, what, 18, 19, and it was then that I saw for the first time one of the Attica, one of the Panther brothers, that his name was Akil. And Akil Ajundi. And he said, well, come on, brother, man, leave that 5% shit, man, to the side, man. We're going to teach you some politics, some real politics. And he started teaching me politics about about colonialism, imperialism, capitalism, communism, and I was saying to myself, oh shit, man, I can't believe this. There was a time I used to be scared of communism. Somebody told me about communism. I said, no, no, I don't want to hear it. Yeah, I don't want to hear it, no. But no, that really opened up my eyes. The Panthers opened up my eyes. And then I started organizing. Well, not organizing, Pastor. Well, yeah, organizing in Auburn with the Panthers. And we got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. It was at this point that I got transferred from Auburn to Attica, was 60, 69. got transferred to Attica, and it was in Attica where I started saying, "Well, I need to get, I need to address issues that talk about Puerto Rico, but Puerto Ricans, Latinos, and all that stuff." So I talked to this young brother, man. His name was Ci, and we both together, man. We formed the Young Law Party at Attica, and I became the chairman of the Young Law Party, and we started organizing. And the first organization was in the metal shop. By the way, I never told you where I was in Attica. I lived. Well, I lived. I worked in the metal shop, B block. B block was the metal shop. B block. C block was the mess hall where people go eat in the mess hall. And D block was another prison within the prison, but that's where I was in D block too. I was in all blocks before they transferred me to see, because these people didn't know, man. I started doing so much shit, man. These people didn't know what to do with me, so they transferred me from one block to another, from one block to another. They until eventually, man, we organized the metal shop strike, and the metal shop strike was, man, we want the better salaries, we want the unionizations to come in, etc. And so the Attica people, man, the Attica pigs, man, they said, "Oh man, these guys, man, are crazy." So they took me along with other people and they transferred me out from Attica to Green Haven. So I went to Green Haven and I organized the Young Law Party over there. So and we started doing the same thing that we were doing in Attica, but we were doing it with other shops in the facility. And it got so bad, man, that they didn't know what to do with me, and they transferred me back to Attica. Back
Right.
in 1970, close to 71, they transferred me back to Attica, you know, and it was and so I went back to Attica, and but I left behind Young Laws too, man, who's the Young Law Party, the second chapter of the Young Law Party, you know. I left it in that in Green Haven, and so I went back to Attica and I formulated. We continue trying to formulate this Attica strike, but these people, these pigs, didn't know what to do with me. They transferred me all over the place. They didn't know what to do with me, so they left me there. You know, and
Yeah.
then Attica bust out. Attica just jumped off. And after Attica, I was transferred from Attica to Comstock about almost a year later, after being in segregation for so long. Some of our brothers, man, they left segregation and went home, but I was still in segregation. And then they transferred me to Auburn prison, and no, not Auburn. They transferred me to Comstock prison, and it was in Comstock that I met Deruba Moore. I don't know if you heard of him, Deruba.
Yeah.
He's one of the brothers, man. That's where I met him for the first time in Comstock. And we got together. We were doing work together in the yard. You know, then after a while, they transferred me from there. They transferred me to Clinton prison. Which, by the way, is only half a mile away from here.
Yeah.
People say, "What the fuck is wrong with you, Che? Why are you always living next to prisons?" I don't know. I really don't know. What a big black, when he came to visit me, and I was living in Austin, New York, Westchester, and I was living next, just a 7 foot away from Sing Sing prison. And Big Black, when he was sitting in the kitchen, my kitchen, he looking at the window, he said, "Oh, Che, what are you doing?" I said, "What's wrong?" He said, look at this shit, man. You can see the prison is walking in the yard, and here you are outside, man. Doesn't that shit fuck with you? I said, "No, it keeps it clean for me. It keeps it very
Keeps you on your
clear.
toes. Yeah.
With the possibility that I could always go back into a prison. You know, I mean, the way the system is, you would scoop up a few of us, man, and send us to prison. I gotta be ready to enter that. that environment if I have to, the way I left. That's why I ain't scared of prison. Why should I?
Well,
And so
That's
that's basically my beginnings.
that's one way to not forget the view of the yard, for damn sure. Shit.
Hell
Go
yeah.
ahead, Joe.
All power.
Joe, I'd seen you pop your hand up again. Go ahead.
Yes, and once again, I'm at Elder Comrade Che. Thanks for sharing this experience with us. And I'm glad we are having that.
I can't
And I
hear.
know you have already hearing you talking. I'm trying to speak as clear as possible. But thank you for sharing this experience and keeping Attica alive. And Attica is in all of us, and especially some of us that are working more towards the movement with the abolitionists and ending this vicious cycle of the school to prison pipeline, which you so sadly got caught up in. But I think one of our next meetings or one of our next study groups have Matthew Solomon, uh, who's a director of a project in reimagining safety. So we're going to be having that. He's going to join in with us and to speak on behalf of what it is to reimagine safety. Because if we put our safety, our people's safety, in the hands of the oppressors, for some reason, I don't feel safe. Neither do you. We got to keep clear, concise notion that COINTEL is very much prevalent today as it was back in the day. Think about that. Any one of us, as martyrs for the movement, can be put away forever and a day and forgotten about. So thank you, Comrade. And then whenever anybody's ready, I think it was real vital to play the last 20 minutes of um, that documentary. So whenever y'all are ready, that would be nice. And then maybe check and give a little final conclusion, and just to be time considerate of everything. All power.
All power.
Okay.
Um,
Drop the beat, Rob.
Give me just a second here. Shay, if you couldn't hear him clearly, he was saying, thank you for giving the presentation. And he mentioned the school to prison pipeline, and that we'll be speaking with Matthew Solomon about that soon here too. Uh, and he asked if you would have more feedback, like after we watch that 20-minute section of video. But first, we have a few hands up here with feedback. I'm not sure who put their hand up first, whether it was Rob Ritricara. But
I mean, I technically did put mine up during when he was speaking, but Rob has a statement, so I'd rather he make a statement first anyway.
okay, Robert, you have the floor.
I appreciate that. I try to be real quick, but I've talked with Che before or briefly, and I said there's like a lot of similarities in what Che was saying about like his history and coming up in there, and then he just mentioned another one, and that was his influence with the five percenters. And for those who don't know who the five percenters are, they sprung out of the Nation of Islam and were primarily in New York. But one thing that I know that is a common thing across the board, there's a lot of revolutionaries that used to be five percenters. And something that the five percenters do is kind of get you out of the old way of thinking, the common. A lot of people go into prisons and they're like given a Bible, right? Like they throw Bibles like down your throat. And five percenters are trying to teach you something to flip that on its head and look at it in a different perspective. And that's what a lot of what the five percenters I would give credit to and what they did, because I've been around a lot of five percenters for a long time, and a lot of them are still some of my good friends. So I just wanted to highlight that. And earlier, real quick, something that I don't want to get back like totally back into this, but something that you mentioned earlier, you mentioned dreams and stuff like that, dreams that you were having after you got out. I wanted to something I wanted to say something that I remember about dreams while we were in prison, right? When you're in prison for like you're initially in there, you would have dreams about on being on the outside, and then eventually it comes to a point where you're no longer having dreams about the outside and you're starting to have dreams about being in prison, and that's when like your mind is really being conditioned of being in there. And then when you get out, if you get out, you get out and you're having dreams of still being in prison. Like how like really these things shape your minds. I just wanted to point some of those things out.
It conditions your consciousness.
Most definitely.
Yeah, rightly said.
Hell yeah.
All power.
Um,
Okay, I believe next it was Kara and then Rob Strong.
yeah. Um, I got a few things to say over that very long and beautiful add-on on the end of your early life and stuff like that. One being that school to prison pipeline. You know, being in the lumpen proletariat, we get hardened up pretty early on. Like we have to deal with some pretty harsh realities, and I think a lot of people will alienate us from our childhood even more than we already have been because of it. And it's like exemplary of like your like very normal relationship with that lassie, the way your life was going, being loved by that family that you had, nevertheless, regardless of your class position, an ordinary childhood, like in the sense, like not that like your childhood was as good as it should have been, but like is in the sense that you were a kid, with the fucking like you know, being a kid and having that like fucking
Well, I think Chad's gonna take a quick break. I think he has to use the restroom. So can
okay, no worries.
Oh, yeah, he put his hand up like on a second,
I
and
can
pulled
hold the
his
thought. I can hold
earbuds.
the thought.
Sorry, give him just a moment.
I can hold the thought. No worries.
Okay.
Hey, I have a thought I can share in the meantime. Just something I was thinking about.
Yeah, go for
All
it.
power.
Um, our elder out here, Harold Taylor, he was part of the San Francisco Eight back in the day. In the he was an original L.A. Panther with Bunchy Carter, and when 9/11 happened, and they first formed Homeland Security, people don't realize this, but some old members of the old new left got swept up by Homeland Security, and like Harold Taylor actually he ended up getting transferred from where he was to a prison in Louisiana where they tortured him there, like however many years later for stuff that happened back in the 60s. So it just Harold Taylor's story kind of makes me realize how once they kind of have you in the system, it's like how vulnerable you can be to policy changes, public policy changes that seem innocuous to a lot of other people. And at some point, I know I'm going to go off social media real soon because I don't want to have like a paper trail of my whereabouts anymore. But at some point, we're going to have to create a network for people to be able to slip around. If they do institute some Draculonian sweep policies for leftists again. Um,
Well, before I
Indeed.
get back to what I was going to talk to Che about, I will say one response to that. This is why it's important for us to, well, A, all of us need to be tech savvy in some way, shape, or form. We need good education for our elders, to our intermediaries, to our youngins on how to use goddamn computer. And secondly, then we need our programmers to be making our own encrypted software. Anything from Signal to WhatsApp to Telegram, they all got backdoors. So we can't even trust them to be like completely safe and paper trail free. So we need our own encrypted software where we have our own encrypted means of communication that uses encrypt keys, done in our own complicated way where it gives us full control over it. There's no back doors because we goddamn made it. The only back door to it would be via infiltration. and like that'll fuck you up regardless of whether you've got an encrypted platform or not. Infiltration doesn't give you shit about that sort of stuff. But having that tight knit grip on things and being able to control the flow of that, it's the same as like we should make our own like software that has like the ability to just keep auto posting to new social media, like social media sites and other stuff like that as it crops up, and it has an encrypted relationship with those sites, so we can keep finding ways to, oh, they shut us down on this platform, we can rise up on this platform. Oh, they shut us down on this, we can rise on this, and it's not a million and one complex of having to handle several hundred accounts. It's one central piece of software that handles their relationship with everything.
Hey, I wanted to ask Brother Che. Brother Che, did you have Homeland Security bugging you after 9/11?
No.
I was just telling them earlier about Harold Taylor, one of the LA Panthers. He got basically apprehended for some stuff from years back and detained and tortured in the early 2000s. It's just yeah, it's weird how policies shift, create new vulnerabilities that we'll have to adapt to for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Indeed.
I've got a
Uh,
question.
Go ahead, Rob.
So my question kind of pertains to something that was just like mentioned as far as like our own lines of communication or like being encrypted and stuff like that. I know when I was in prison, we developed our own sign language and we developed our own language as way like certain ways we talked that no one else knew what we were saying. And I was just my question to Shay is like, did you guys have anything like that in Attica?
Definitely, for sure, man. We developed a language, man, in segregation. When we was in segregation, we wanted to talk to each other. We would we had a language. I mean, I don't remember now, but we had a language. And plus, I would empty the when there was a brother at the end, at the very end of the gallery, and I wanted to talk to him. I would empty all the water out the toilet, and he would empty all the water out of his toilet, and that we will use the toilet bowl as a telephone. Yeah, we would talk to each
Damn.
other through the toilet bowl because at night, especially at night, say, hey, oh brother, what's up, man? Oh, I'm cool, man. We have a conversation, and everybody used to have a conversation like that too. Then we had these little mirrors we used we call television. We put the television out, man. We watch see it. We watch it to see if the gods were coming, so that we could start doing whatever we were doing, you know.
Hey,
That's
something
what's up.
something I
Yeah,
remember.
we had the language. They call it pig. We had pig talk or something like that, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
It was
This
a
is
hell of
something
a
we.
good language because nobody could understand it but us.
Right, right.
Nobody could understand that language but us.
Did you ever develop? And this is something that we call it. We called it fishing, and that's when under your doors you're trying to get stuff down the hall or to another tier where you slide string under the door with like a weight, some type of weight to it, where you could transfer something from this cell to that cell while we were on lockdown. And something that I was able to do real good. Everyone used to always send stuff to my cell was jump to the next gallery, and I used because I was able to develop. I know I can't even hear anymore. The
Yeah,
audio
Joe,
just
can
went
you
out.
please mute yourself? Thank you.
Something that I developed really well was like I used to fold this cardboard where I could slide it under the door and it would catch wind and it would fly and it would go down to the next gallery so we could grab stuff from the downstairs and bring it up. Um, did you guys do anything like that?
No, no. When we was just saying, well, no, man. I could say I could say I can't say yes because once I became political, man, when I was be in my cell at night, all I'd be doing is I'd be wrapped up in my books, man. I'd be reading. I ain't had time for nothing. you know. And when I, especially when I, just like when I was you know, when I was when not hanging out, when I became a 5%er, you know, they were teaching me the wealth of 40, you know, and wealth to 40 is a lot of lessons to be learned. So I'll be wrapped up in myself, man, trying to learn that, you know. So I didn't have time, man, to know a lot of stuff that was happening outside, you know, those kind of gimmicks. No.
Yeah, there's 120 lessons you gotta learn. It's a
Yeah.
long, it's a lot.
Yeah, I know.
Um,
I know.
Right on.
Uh,
I know.
Joe, I see you popped your hand up.
Yeah, I
All
think
we're hearing
Carmen
from you
talking
is
about
static. What was that, comrade?
past the wire. That's the term. Fishing is past the wire.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, fishing is past the wire. Um,
Did did oh he is still
okay,
in the
so
studio. Okay.
before I say what I was gonna say to Che, I will say on the topic, like,
The voice. So please excuse me. I don't know what to do about this. Maybe I can clear this up. Just happy to be here with y'all tonight. I'll call it.
there's something causing interference. That's why noises like that happen. Magnets usually that'd be the one. Um, but what's it? In regard, so before I get into what I was going to say to you about your talks about your youth and like going into prison, Che, I will say in response to what Rob brought up about like a more like non-electrical basis of communication. We should be learning Morse code and writing our own forms of Morse code that we learn and change all the time so that we're constantly up to date and our enemies can decipher what the fuck they want because in a month's time we won't be using the same fucking code motherfucker kind of shit. It's like a really important part of revolutionary communication, a tap system, because you could be locked up in the back of a car with someone who's another comrade, and being able to tap communicate just on their arm could be life and death situations. So trying to figure out your environment and work one with things. The um the things that I talk about in regards to what you said, there's a few things. So like one would be that aspect of like even with us lumpen proletarians and how quick we're forced to grow up, you know, being a fucking 14-year-old, having your own girlfriend, being like really good friends with their family, you know, we've all been in that shit. Like I've had like middle class friends that I've had like solid friendships with and things like that. You have like the quote unquote you're still a normal child in a sense. You're still a child, and like you're having them childhood liberties and stuff. But the school to prison pipeline don't give a shit about like our want to engage in what we can of childhood because we're constantly alienated from it. We're constantly being forced to have to grow up and be more hard ass about things. Throwing us straight into the prisons is what ends up driving us into fucking even more dangerous ways of living. When if we were otherwise left to our being, you'd have continued with your normal relationship, continued with your livelihood, but you'd have had to have been wise about yourself. And what was it that ended up getting you in? Street rules. If someone's gonna try and stab you, you're gonna fucking stab them back because that's the way we're brought up in the street. It's kill or be killed. That's not the actual full truth of it, but it's the way that we're taught to perceive it. And so, like, when shit like that hits down, you end up fucking clotting man them out. You ain't gonna just fucking like allow someone to try and stab you and then not return them the favor. In prison, an interesting point you brought up. A lot of people don't get sort of the prison sort of um what would be the word for it? Like economy in prison, cigarettes and sugar are like the most valuable thing that you can actually have. They're like they're your money, your currency. Being able to trade sugar and cigarettes for weed and coke and fucking all sorts of other shit that you can get your hands on because people will be surprised that there's quite a diverse option of drugs for sale like in prison like Those lumpen bourgeois people be fucking brown nosing those cops to get them in somehow. But that prison economy is like a really important part of like machismo culture inside prisons because as you're saying yourself, when you were a lot more brutal and reckless and like willing to stomp people out, you were making fucking bucket tons. It was at the point that you realized that you were engaging in semi oppressor to oppressor activities. That you were like, nada, fuck that, and cut it all out. Malcolm X to the fucking rescue, and and the 5%ers in that regard. And so like a really intrinsic important realization is people need to know that like the prison system has a very diverse economy to it that I don't think they fully grasp the situation on. Um, but also like a point of inspiration that I think people need to roll off in regards to what you went through is how you changed it from my life has been destroyed to I am now the guy who started like four different fucking young lord prison chapters, including starting the damn fucking the damn fucking party, and then fucking can show to a lot of people that what we need to be doing in prisons is not putting our head down, doing what we're told and getting on through, or being a machismo and trying to fucking dominate. It's about getting into the minds of those prisoners and showing them that better way, because there's a goddamn reason that you and your charismatic ways managed to organize so many chapters in such a short time. Like a lot of people would be lucky to fucking form one chapter in prison, let alone fucking several. And so I think it's an important point of realization and inspiration for us learning from this today on how much we can do, especially when organized in regards to revolutionizing the prisons and the homeless. Those lumpen proletarian brethren in those specific positions are the most revolutionary people in the entire fucking first world, and in any part of the world are the most revolutionary people. Like it's that level of like fucking terror and impoverishment that makes us too revolutionary to a point where we need to be organized so we can be sharpened into a sharp sword of revolution rather than the blunt hammer of desperation that we are right now.
All power.
And so I will say, as a lumpen proletarian, Che, you are at the heart of us as a class and will always be for fucking decades to come as solid inspiration for
Yes.
what we need to do regarding organizing together, building interconnectivity, and freeing ourselves from the chains that are like wrapped around our neck. The the fucking the we need not only a rise in prison chapters, but interconnection from the outside of those prison chapters. I'm sure the blessed comrade myself would have seen enough of this for us to fucking hurt. But one of the biggest things that's fucked with prison struggle is that people outside not uniting with it, leaving people behind. In the coronavirus, there was fucking prison strikes. Where was everyone? Everyone left them behind. Even BLM, people weren't mentioning what was going on inside the prisons. They were talking about prison brutality. They mentioned that, but they wouldn't mention the black people that were taking over the fucking like prison blocks and prison wings in struggle with white brethren, Chicano brethren, and everyone else supporting them in it. Like, no one wants to talk about that. No one wants to actually put in the struggle and the effort it takes to unite with those, be involved in something that truly breaks the law. Like these people will just abandon us to the fucking dogs. And so we need to build up that interconnectivity from the inside to the outside. And in that order.
All power.
All power. Shanti, did you want to hop in with anything? Or Panther Queen?
Yes. Yes.
All power.
I, my experience with, Elder Che's presence and his wisdom and his experience when I, got with the UPM, in the book clubs, especially the book clubs. He will always be there. And, you know, we've had similar experiences that I could really relate to, given that I was raised in a large, poor Black neighborhood in Chicago on the South Side. And I saw a lot of the ramifications of the Bush Jr. era. And it was still reeling from the crack crisis of the 80s and 90s and the ongoing AIDS crisis that was now targeting Black people who were not just gay and lesbian and other things. And so to really gain more insight into Attica and into Che's experience really kind of, it really like stirs the soul in a way that, you know, incarcerated people are very discarded of, including children. I mean, we could talk about the child prisoners in California, in New York, in Indiana, in Illinois at the Pontiac and Marion prisons. Um, you know, it's a very multifaceted um, link of oppression that, you know, new African prisoners go through, that, you know, the so-called white trash prisoners go through, the Chicano and Boricua and Afro-Caribbean prisoners have to go through, that is not, once again, not given any kind of attention because, you know, they're only being used for, you know, the Beyond Scare Straight show, you know, exploiting lumpen proletariat children and basically trying to have them go to war, you know, with the prisoners in a way to kind of drive that wedge between them and, you know, the experiences that they've shared. Because a lumpen proletariat child is not any more different from one already in prison. And I think with Attica, it really kind of shows, you know, how deep this oppression goes for incarcerated people, for neo-enslaved people, and for political prisoners. I mean, Attica was pretty much political prisoners. It was all political, and you know, Che and I also talked about this many, many times when he would detail, you know, what was happening that day when the state decided to go all brute on the prisoners and even the guards as well. You know, like even the guards were not safe either. That's literally the entire point. Once you have a revolutionary breakthrough, you're toast because, you know, it doesn't fall into the structure and the Anglosphere game. So, you know, once they see that breakthrough, you're done for, and they go to the next group of people. So it's really, really crucial to kind of keep that point in history alive because right now, as we're seeing in Alabama, there is much more oppression against the citizens there, especially the incarcerated folks who are largely poor New African and European American, and the conditions, the debts, um, everything that is making the system more brute. And plus the fact that they're bringing back, I forgot what method of execution, but is, I think it's involving poison.
Gas
And
chambers they're bringing
so,
back.
like, yeah, the gas chambers. So it's kind of like this history has not ended. It has not ended. It's just taken new form, you know, in each generation, in each given year, because it's very, very insecure. And especially when they see revolutionary upheaval like what happened with Attica, they will go full out to be sure that the incarcerated folks do not rise up because they are the bottom of the barrel to the state. And so, I mean, they don't care who you are. They don't care if you're New African or Irish. They don't care because the only thing is that you are their slave. It may not be in, you know, most of the times in like the hot sun picking cotton and sugar, but I mean, within Gola Penitentiary, it very might as well will be. So it's really crucial that we keep that history alive and to ensure that incarcerated folks are included in the conversation and in the struggle, like what Kara said, because many times they are discarded of and exploited for TV, exploited for movies, exploited for Western news stories, and you know, to keep that history and Attica alive, and to keep Che's experience alive as a important lesson for the revolutionary struggle to actually take um, incarcerated folks, including political prisoners like Leonard Peltier and Mumia Abu Jamal, back into the forefront. All power.
Oh, wow.
All power. Thank you, Comrade. Rob Rich had raised his hand in the chat, and then Comrade Joe, you can go after Rob. Go ahead, Rob. You've got the floor.
All right, I got the camera off this time. Something that is I also wanted to point out is that something that we see with the description of what happened in Attica is just a microscope of what happens in the U.S. By the police state. It's just a heightened version of some of these contradictions or these conflicts that happen, and something that too, like, they try to hide, I believe, and I don't know if Che wants to chime in or agrees with this, but I think something that they try to hide when it comes to Attica is the unity across the board amongst everyone that was in there, no matter what race, what religion, or anything that you were. That there was a commonality that, look, we're coming together, and the enemy is not each other. The enemy is this system in which we're under, and I think that's what they want to hide the most. There's even stuff going on right now today that we could talk about in future episodes, but those are the things they want to hide. That they're like, look, the what we would see is like the racist skinheads or something like that, or some other version of a nationalist in there, that what you would assume that we're not going to join hands with these other people, did put all differences aside at this very moment to come together.
Yeah.
Indeed.
And that's something that when you see that on a macro level on the outside, that's the biggest fear. That's the fear that they had of George Jackson. That's the fear they had at Pontiac 17 and the Brothers of the Struggle. These are the different things when they
Yes.
Yep.
see when you can bring people together to fight a common enemy, they don't want that. No, no, they don't want that.
No, they'd rather push for division anywhere and everywhere that they can. Shay, I see you have a reply to that. Go ahead.
Drop the beach.
Go ahead, Comrade Shay.
Yeah, I
Go
just
ahead.
wanted to say that, it's very true what the brother said in reference to, they fear, man, when people of color get together with white people, they fear that. It was shown very clearly during the Attica strike, the hunger strike. Remember the hunger strike where almost
Yeah.
1,300 people, man, they all came together. And a lot of them were whites, but they didn't care. They were supporting George Jackson's, and that was a fear. Martin Luther King, a lot of his protests draw out a lot of white people. The system cared about that too and feared that. I think that's one of the reasons why he got killed. One of the reasons why Malcolm X got killed, because Malcolm X wasn't talking black and white no more. He was talking about justice and he was talking about rights, and that in itself was scary. So anytime, man, anytime that white people and people of color get together, there's always the possibility that the system is going to respond because they're scared. And
Right.
then
That
the
part.
Panther Party, look at the Panther Party. The Panther Party was the same with the Panther Party. That's why the Panther Party became a dangerous element within the United States, because they were organizing not only blacks, but they were organizing whites also. And white people and the system doesn't like that.
Right. They
They don't.
they can't handle that unity. Uh, Comrade Joe, you want to jump in, and then after you, Cara?
Yeah, and hopefully I can be heard. I've been having, but that's really on point. What's being brought out that we are targeted, and oppressed classes are targeted. Going to these
I don't know what he's saying.
we're stronger than
Uh,
them. We don't alone. Across many platforms, many organizations. This is the strength that we're building. We've been continued to build to in order to fight the oppressor, it's going to take all of us oppressed peoples. And this is where we're at now, and this is where we're going to move forward with. And definitely we should watch the 20-minute video. Because I know we're at 7:13 now, according to your time, I'm not sure. Um, I think it's so important, Shan. And what do you think if we watch that 20-minute video to get a better, concise understanding of what has been discussed this evening, not through just your words and our take on it, but in that video, because I think it's really strong and important. And especially of those
Yeah,
who haven't seen that video, I shared it. And y'all check it out whenever time permits. All power.
yeah, we
All
already have the
power.
video prepared for after everyone's been done speaking. Also, what Joe was saying there was that, like, we are all being targeted, especially the most oppressed of us. And, like, all
Hmm.
over social media and in real life, they'll do anything to essentially railroad us off. But we're building strength, and that's scary for them. The moment we start building strength to the point that we're a threat, they go come cracking down on us.
That part. Yeah.
Um, what I wanted to say, uh,
They're fearing us oppressed people getting educated. And that's where their fucking fear is at. That's all. I didn't mean to cut you off. But
yeah, they don't like the oppressed of us getting power. It shits them up big time. But yeah, the uh like expanding on like what me and Rob have been talking about regarding like unity struggle regarding the prisons and like how a lot of stuff comes out there. The power of like George Jackson and people like that are like really intrinsic to this. Revolutionary suicide is a massive aspect of prison struggle, as you went on about with your things of Attica. Having someone fucking like, ready to fucking kill you like you mean nothing at that point in struggle is a big thing that's gonna happen in prison because those guards, like, they think that they have all the power to fucking enact any point of punishment, torture, and terror on people. And so it's like really important that like we do start shining lights on things like this, and that interconnectivity is important. Like brethren and brothers, like taking that risk to do revolutionary work, and then rather than getting to spend every single visit they've got with brothers and sisters, we saw this in during the Panthers like golden era. They were spending their time when they were to have visitors. Not all the time. They're still seeing their families sometimes, of course, but they're spending their time having meetings with people and getting letters out to people and trying to communicate with comrades on the outside. And we have a responsibility that when those voices come to us, where they're taking time that they would have to get those little grasps of their loved ones that they don't get to have, and they're instead spending that for revolutionary love to send us information, or for their own loved ones send information for us to like understand Wagwan with there, get messages out, show interconnectivity, as Judge Jackson himself had done with the Black Panthers, even as a writer for their own newspaper. That is like a really important thing for us to take a responsibility on highlighting, and that interconnectivity. We do need newspapers centered specifically on prison matters, not just prison matters just appearing as like one or two pages in our fucking newspaper. I think that'd be a bit of an insult. I think it needs its own dedicated thing that goes on about the whole situation because it's an aspect of society. It's like a lot of lumpen issues. Like we have our own society, like shadow society almost that works a little differently than everyone else's. And so our issues need to be brought up more. And the prison and the lumpen are inseparable. And so like a homeless and like prison based piece of media that centers on bringing those voices up is really important for the struggle, and that unity already exists between like the external underclass and the internalized, the incarcerated underclass, where we already have that brethrenhood. I mean, so many people I was ballying about with when I was homeless were fucking former crooks and criminals. They Giza been in for stabbing people, Giza been in for robbing people, and a geezer been in for just for drug crimes, just a couple of years, the smack on the wrist for fucking around with cocaine. But that solidarity and brethrenhood is always massive. I mean, when you're on the streets, you hear about everyone that goes in prison. You hear about people you don't know going into prison. You hear about people you definitely know because they're big lump and petty bourgeois or lump and bourgeois motherfuckers that if they weren't in prison, they're probably beating your ass. Like, you hear about all sorts going on the streets. And so connections with the prisons intrinsically involves connections with the unemployed, involves connections with the homeless, and that unity of struggle is integrally important for actually breaking the backbone of no revolutionary activity and strengthening the backbone of revolutionary struggle all over the world, but especially in the imperial core where struggle is not great at the moment. We're kind of fucking sucking in a lot of ways. Um, the important aspect is that through that unity struggle, we can then envelop things forward. Um, there's a really good quote that gets into this that I'll just quickly drop the beat on. Um, it's from probably Lenin. It just says the Third Congress of the Comintern because thanks is my response to that. I'd like to know who wrote it, but you'll see how I says this sounds like Lenin. While the capitalists are using the growing army of unemployed to put pressure on the organized workers by lowering wages, the cowardly social democrats, the independents, and the official leaders of the trade unions distance themselves from the unemployed. They regard them as objects of state and trade union charity and categorize them politically as lumpen proletarian. The communists must understand that in the present circumstances, the army of the unemployed um, represents a revolutionary factor of tremendous significance. They must assume the leadership of this army by exerting pressure on the unions through the unemployed. The communists can hasten the liberation of the trade unions from the influence of their scab leaders. Um, by uniting the unemployed with the proletarian vanguard in the struggle for socialist revolution, the Communist Party can restrain the more revolutionary and impatient elements among the unemployed from engaging in individual acts of desperation. If conditions are favorable, the party can organize the mass of unemployed in support of the actions of one or another section of the proletariat and, by extending the struggle beyond the limits of the original conflict, can make it the start of a major offensive. In short, the unemployed can be transferred from the reserve army of labor into an active army of the revolution. By actively defending this layer of the wait, I heard a noise is joining, but
Okay,
no one's there. By
pronto.
actively defending this layer of the working class, by supporting the most oppressed section of the proletariat, the communist parties are not championing one layer of the workers at the expense of others, but are furthering the interests of the working class as a whole. This, the counter revolutionary leaders have failed to do, preferring to advance the temporary interests of the labor aristocracy. The more unemployed or short term workers there are, the more important it is that their interests become the interests of the working class as a whole, and the more important it is that they are not subordinated to the interests of the labor aristocracy. Those who promote the interests of the labor aristocracy, either counterposing or simply ignoring the interests of the unemployed, destroy the unity of the working class and are pursuing a policy that has counter revolutionary consequences. The Communist Party is the representative of the interests of the working class as a whole cannot merely recognize these common interests verbally and argue for them in its propaganda. It can only effectively represent these interests if it disregards the opposition of the labor aristocracy and when opportunities arise, leads the most oppressed and downtrodden workers into action. The Third Congress of the Comintern. Drop the beat, Joe.
Yeah,
You got no
possibly
audio.
we can save
Oh,
this video. If
we can
it's
hear you.
possible, you can watch or play the video, so we can follow through with the conversation for tonight, and then we can go on to an after hours conversation if y'all like. Thank you.
What you guys say, Jay? Uh, did you have something to say, Comrade Che? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. By 10 o'clock, I got to go, man. I got to heat up some food. So let's,
Yeah, we
see
can
if
get
we
on with
could
streaming the
see
video.
the video before then.
Okay, I need to. I'm good at what I do.
While the Comrade Storm is checking that out, let's make a follow up call tomorrow. Yeah.
Joe said you should call him tomorrow. I'll hit him up. Okay, so add that in. Huzzah.
That was the warden.
Is the audio working?
You can raise the volume. We're not getting any audio now, or at least I'm not. Is anybody else
Is there
having?
no audio? Can everyone hear it? Like,
No.
okay, like why is there no audio? Oh my fucking god.
Maybe you
Okay,
can
I
try to
already have people coming on. Why is it not? Okay, this is no source. We should have downloaded this prior because I think adding it as a direct source would have probably helped. So how do I get it to? It's not giving me an option around volume, like at all. Um, Let me see how big this is because I might be able to just download it really quickly. It might take like a minute or two. Um, Sorry for this, everyone. This is my fault. I should have been awake on time to do the test for this.
Yeah, I sent it out like a few weeks ago in preparation for this, but it's fine. We always work through all the knickknacks of life. Thank you for your help, Sister Carla.
Yeah, no, I've had uh my fucking health has fucking been on doozy for shit like this. I've been oversleeping a bit lately. Okay, where's the download button? There it is. Download one. Oh god. Oh, these websites take the piss. Probably not Restream being weird, Gabby. It's probably fucking Restream just being set up for like Chrome or something, like Chromium browsers, and not having good Firefox integration.
Okay, well maybe we can move ourselves from the video. Always better.
I'm just gonna download the video. That's my plan to solve the problem. Find the actual like downloader I was using. I'm just having some technical difficulties. Oh, finally, I found the one that works. I got it. Now, get link. Should only be a fucking little bit. It's only 480p video.
Okay,
Thank you.
here we go. Can you hear me now? Sorry, my dogs fucked my shit all up when I stepped into the kitchen to refill my drink. Good.
Yeah, fuck.
How was your Darn.
Crisis ensues.
Do you have the video ready?
I'm having to download it because it won't display audio on here, and there's literally no option for me to have audio.
Oh, okay, that's strange.
So,
Huh.
share
That must
video.
be another one of the weird things that Restream messed with.
What's it? It's probably because FreeStream hasn't been designed well for Firefox, which is fucking stupid because Firefox is a better browser than whatever the fuck Chrome is.
Yeah, there's a few things that they had changed since we last streamed. Not the past week, but like, you know, the months that passed that we hadn't gone live. So that might be one of them because it used to automatically share audio, share system audio when doing a screen share of a video. There we go.
Yeah, I can actually hear audio this time. Now we need to just get to last like 21 minutes.
That white kid was the
Nothing
kid
changed. Everything is still the same.
that's
The what,
Steven.
sorry? Find the exact point where we were. Let me check on YouTube. So about there. Okay, so it'd be about. I wish it had told me like the times that I'm going to.
So you don't get no mail for 3 or 4 days because he's angry. How can he get back at you easily to hold your mail back?
I don't think that anyone who has never been near a jail, I mean, the average person, will believe what a jail is. There is no way on earth you can really convince the average, especially middle-class person, as to what a jail is like. It's a lot worse than anybody thinks it is.
You see, when a man serves you your food, he takes your food and gives it to you like he's serving an animal. How do you feel? How would you feel?
There's no way in the world that I could possibly describe to you exactly what his food is like. No more than tell you it's not even fit for a dog to eat. The main diet is starch, potatoes and bread.
The soup is basically hot water. If they say chicken soup, you won't find a piece of chicken in it. Well, only thing you find in the soup, they say bean soup, you'll definitely find some bean. Otherwise, you don't find anything. The soup is just hot water.
What was the per capita cost?
62 cents a day
Now,
at that time.
I'm told that was a figure that produced a diet below the level of the welfare department. Did you consider it to be adequate?
I can only say that in a department that Attica for years had the reputation of being one of the best feeding institutions.
But that's speaking comparatively. What about looking at it more objectively? Did you consider feeding people on 62 cents a day to be adequate?
It could have been much more adequate with more, I will say that.
Some people have ulcers or, any ailment, a heart condition, asthma, and it's a hassle to get some treatment. And this is one of the easiest ways to drug people. And this is a part of Attica, 2 doctors, among the other things.
I have a terminal disease known as polycystic kidneys. Dr. Williams, the doctor over here, and Dr. Sternberg, they both refused to treat me. I was urinating blood for 36 days straight, and he refused to do anything for me. So I finally got the lawyers to get me out to the hospital. The hospital has asked the institution to commit me to the hospital where they can do more testing because my right kidney has stopped operating. I'm working only on 7% of my left kidney. And they want to take the right kidney out, and they refuse to let me go.
It's very obvious when you go up there and see the conditions and talk to these people that it was the conditions that caused it. And, it was a situation where the people up there, the men up there, had no real choice because they were dying. And, because these demands that they presented, It wasn't the past 2 weeks that they presented it. You know, they presented these demands back in April and then presented them again in July.
There was some, reform submitted to Oswald about maybe, July, about asking just for menial things like, more showers, better food, lessening of, restrictions on reading material, things of this nature.
I consider it a request. But whatever it was something that I take it you had studied the manifesto and you had looked into the conditions. And is it fair to say that you felt that many of the grievances expressed there were reasonable?
Yes, I did.
And in fact, many of them appeared on the so-called 28 demands which you agreed to. Am I correct? And you considered them reasonable, at least when you agreed to them then?
Right.
There were demands submitted to Rockefeller and Oswald, and they just don't pay it any mind. I guess they throw it in a wastebasket.
Was there any attempt made to deal with the basic grievances that they expressed in this manifesto, many of which appeared in the 28 demands and which were at that time, over the bodies of hostages, acknowledged by the commissioner?
Well, they were checked out, and anything that could be done at the institutional level to many of those were on the commissioner's level or had to do with parole, over which they had no.
Well, they had to do. They had to do with parole and matters which were either for the legislature or for the correction department, but they also had to do with things such as matters we've discussed, the showers, the soap, as well as diet. Were there any things here that in this manifesto that caused any change or response on the institutional level?
Yes, there was, pork was not used to the extent that it was before, and the diet is one of the things.
One of the things that brought blacks and whites together in Attica was the memorial for George Jackson, which happened a couple of weeks before the rebellion.
There was, as we've heard this morning, an institution-wide demonstration in August. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was the commemoration of the death of George Jackson at San Quentin. What was the reaction among inmates you talked to the shooting of George Jackson?
Well, inmates had always generally been aware that in the past, institution members could get away with killing inmates, as evidenced by the bodies found down in one of the southern institutions. But nobody ever really expected it to happen, or at least they didn't stop to think about it as being a real possibility until it happened to Jackson. The fact that there was no official investigation into it, that there was a story given out, and that it seemed that the outside world believed it, this made it appear to the inmate at Attica that if they can get away with it there, they can get away with it anywhere.
You have people that feel that they're a little better than other people. And that was, no less a factor in Attica. You had guys that worked for the warden that thought they were better than guys that worked in the laundry. And guys that worked in the laundry thought they were better than guys that worked in the mess hall. Guys that worked in the mess hall thought they were better than guys that cleaned, mopped and swept the hallways. So it was a thing, it was a class thing. But on this particular day, the George Jackson thing, everybody said, everybody was together. The warden's runner was sitting with the guy that mopped the hallway.
That morning everybody went to mess hall. Nobody had touched anything, nobody had talked, Since they left the gallery, nobody had talked on their way to the mess hall, And the officers who was on duty was frightening, because even you would feel frightened because it was like a church, it was something like you never experienced before. It was silence, And it was something you could hear the timepiece on your hand ticking,
Did the unity which was demonstrated at Jackson Day create apprehension on your part?
Yes, it did.
What brought you to Attica in the first week of September?
I wanted to sit down and talk with
some of the people there. I wanted to have an opportunity to get a feel of the institution on the spot. I wanted to talk with some of the signers of this, quote, manifesto, which I never consider such.
Commissioner Oswald then left behind the tape, and that was played for the inmates.
Many of you have voiced confidence in me and in the directions I have talked about, and I appreciate this. I'm certain you realize that change can't be accomplished overnight, but I can assure you that changes will be made, just as some changes have already taken place in the brief period of 8 months.
I was in my cell when he played his tape, you know. We was in the cell, and they played the tape. And like you hear different comments and all this, you know, guys are saying, oh, he's bullshit and things like this here, you know. Say, that sucker ain't gonna do nothing. This is, you know, they've been doing this here for years, making like they're gonna do something, and actually ain't gonna do nothing, you know.
An official could get up there and say, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna do this, better food, no more brutality, better educational system, no more racism, right? No more callousness. And while he's saying this, through the corner of his mouth and the other side, he's saying, put that guy in a box, kill him, torture him, don't let him out, he's voicing his political views, feed them garbage.
I mean, it takes something like, you know, a physical action to bring any type of attention to, you know, the conditions that are inside the institution.
The next time that Commissioner Oswald spoke to the inmates of Attica, he was in D-Yard on September 9th.
So what's more important? The lives of these people or the retaking of this institution? This institution is not important. It's lives that we're interested in here. What's more important?
But if we cannot live as people, then we will at least try to die like men.
You will not be harmed.
I think what happened is definitely the authorities' fault. I really do. I feel that they know their prisons and they know very well not one of them could survive in them.
Even after dealing with the problem and knowing what the problem is, and has been exposed, 43 people, there have still been no consideration. All rhetoric. Everybody's talking about we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. When you going to do this? The problem is now.
See, ain't nothing changed. Everything is still the same. We still ain't got nothing. People been telling them for years. They know what's got to be done. They just don't want to do it. They refuse to do anything. And they're going to keep on refusing. And they're going to keep right on having more Atticas and more Atticas until they finally realize they got to do something. But they slow learners or something.
Could you tell us whether you adopted any new programs as a result of this, or intensified any old programs designed to reduce the possibility of recurrence?
We have instituted 2 gun posts.
All they speak about is security, 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 security. They wouldn't need no security if they would give us some help, some concrete help. But the people in the street don't think about this. They ain't paying it. When they cast those votes, that's what they got to think about. Where that money is going, what is it for? What is it doing for the man behind the wall? We aren't lost. They're hiding us.
Actually, conditions are worse because there are officers, you know, like the pigs, right, walk around with M16s and, you know, various weapons, and nothing's going on now. See what I'm saying? There's heavy supervision. There's more security for the administration. So conditions have gotten worse in essence.
And they set up all types of gun posts in the yard, you know, where the inmates go at, you know, the population yard, you know. It used to be, gun posts used to be on the wall, but now it's in the yard where small yards where the inmates be at, you know. So any type of gathering, all the rifles are pointing on you, you know. And they just dying, you know, to shoot somebody. Somebody's gonna, you know, trigger off a shot and everybody else gonna follow.
It could happen all over again, easily. It has happened right after Attica, Yardville, Rawway, and it's still happening. Certainly, I see more Atticas. Just before I came out, something broke out in, come on, Pete, Baltimore, I believe. It was a small thing. Some people had escaped from prison, women and men, right? Certainly, I see more Atticas.
The white racists, he showed me something with that bloodbath that we had on the 13th in Attica. That woke me up. But that made me look deeper at me. So I took a look at myself. And then I took my head off and put it on the bed and researched it. And got myself together. And started dealing with my problems. Which me, of the people.
I don't know. My brother, he is strong. You understand? He's not no pushover. He's not gonna let nobody push over him.
And knowing that my family and my friends and my loved ones and my brothers and sisters, you know, is so concerned, that make my part of the struggle much, much broader. You know, because I know that if I ever stop, you know, that I'm not going to be contented with myself. Because I'll be letting them down.
And I came back home and I was so happy, you know, I told everybody, my friends, I said, if you were to go up there and see my brother, you wouldn't believe that he was in prison. Because he is so strong. And so I asked him, you know, what was he doing up there? He said, right now he's reading. He said, if you was to go in his room, he got so many books in there, he said you wouldn't even be able to get in. So you had to back up to get in his room. He said, if you wanted to know anything, he said, ask him, he would tell you. Anything you want to know. He's very strong. And I believe one day, when he do be free, he gonna really make this world become something. Yeah.
My life is for the people. For the rest of my life, for the oppressive people.
People got to wake up. See, this is the whole situation. People have been asleep too long. It could be because they're politically unaware of what's going on, or they just never paid any attention to it because they have their own problems. But they got to wake up because this is really affecting them too, and they don't realize it yet. The only time they realize is when there's an explosion, when something happens. Look what occurred. Look at Dunbar, the assistant commissioner. Real fraud. Biggest fraud there is. You can see right through him. If anybody can't see through him, then they need eyeglasses. And Rockefeller sanctioned all this. He actually sanctioned all this. And Nixon sanctioned Rockefeller. Look who we got as a president. And if people can't wake up behind all these things.
Before I had been pretty much of a pacifist and just like getting high all the time and things like that, you know. I found out that if you don't become involved, you're really giving your sanction to whatever order is existing. You know, and if you don't voice some kind of political or social opinion about the way things are, you know, to at least, you know, try to change them, then you're as bad as the people that are upholding all the establishments.
The 13th woke me up when I saw those, you know, when I almost got shot twice. And it was a black man that saved my life. And he ended up getting shot. And that woke me up.
I didn't think that I would survive. Like I said, I was shot 7 times, and I really thought that it was all over. But somehow I did survive. So for this, I'm grateful, you know. But a lot of brothers didn't make it. And I think about this. I think about that those brothers, you know, that didn't make it. They cannot be forgotten. They cannot have died in vain. Their deaths must mean something. It must be made known to the people what their deaths meant. You see, what the whole struggle was about. People used to forget. Because we're living in a world that's fast moving, you know. Things are happening every day. Things that happened yesterday, today become passé, forgotten about. So I cannot let this die. And I will not let it die in the minds, the hearts of the people. because it is a part of me, and it is this that I am dedicated to keeping alive, you see, in the minds and the hearts of the people, so that they can always realize that these things can happen to them.
What I see is this for the people in the street. I see, wake up. Stop hiding. Stop talking about it don't exist. Stop talking about you don't understand it. Stop talking about that cold water flat you live in is good enough for you. Stop talking about where you in jail and you getting 3 meals a day. Other than that, wake up. Because the same thing is happening to me is happening to you. And deal. Petition. Rallies. Let the people, let the governor, let the president and people that in a position to do something about this know how you feel about your sons and your daughters that's incarcerated. Other than that, wake up, because nothing comes to a sleeper but a dream.
That was very wonderful. Um, Part of that video that I think was beautifully explained the core aspect of it. A position that Lassie put forward, I think, is a really intrinsic part of it. People outside the prisons, especially the middle fucking class, have no idea what it's like being in a prison. Like the fucking the middle class, they imagine prisons as these like correctional facilities, and like no, they're fucking places to shove people into torment and despair. Fucking death camps.
My apologies. My headset died, so I can just barely
Um,
hear you.
the mic might just be bad.
It's back on my tablet speakers now, and what's showing you is muted now.
Oh, it's because my mic is unplugged. Okay, no, it's not even. Oh, there we go. Now I have actual audio that's a volume. Yeah, no. So the what that lassie was talking about regarding the middle class having no idea wagwan inside the prisons. You know, like they have this imagination that it's like a correctional facility when really they're death camps. They're places of torture. There was a question about prison conditions in the UK. I will say that like in the UK, while prison conditions are not as bad as the US, we do have the same kind of destitution going on here. And a conversation I had with someone who actually eventually robbed me at knife point, but that's a different story. Of a lumpen aristocrat that I was like I was ballying about with for a few weeks, and he was telling me about how like he'd actually sat in on like prison business basically. And what do I mean by prison business? I'm on about big cats, the lumpen bourgeoisie and the lumpen petty bourgeoisie, organizing deals with the prison guards to maintain order in the prisons. And so that same kind of hierarchical structure, in the exact same way it functions, is there. It's just only a little less racial orientated. There still is a racial component to how prisons work here. There's still the white supremacists, the EDL Britain First types in our case. But it's the structure is still very similar. And through that like oppressive situation, those people keep dominance and order. in the name of they'll say in the name of their own enterprise and their own interests, but they do it in congruence with the interests of the prison guards.
Right. Shay, did you have any feedback on that video?
Yeah, I know everybody in that video,
including yourself.
I know everybody in that video. Well, I was in that video, but you won't see me. You know, I was in when people were marching down the street. I was one of the people that was holding on to a coffin. But you, unless you know, you will never know that it was me. But you know, they like they said, you know, you seen Big Black man. You talked about he's the one that said that to stop dreaming because the dreaming number, you know, how he said it. Stop. Start.
It's time to stop dreaming and start making that a dream, a concrete material reality.
You know, and that was Big Black man. You know, he just passed away a few years ago from cancer. But that video, man, you all get a chance to watch the whole video. You know, that you see Warden Mancusi in there. He was the one that was talking about the security, you know, and the panel that was conducting that interview was the oh God, I see. Oh, I forgot I'll get it. It'll come back to me. The panel, you know, because they eventually put out some information that was very vital to us, and it helped us, you know, when many of us went to court and was charged with all types of charges by the system, which eventually they had to get rid of because it was number lies. But anyway, it's 10 o'clock, and I know I hate to bust out like this, man, but I gotta go. I got some things to do, man. I gotta heat up my wife's food and stuff like that, man. You know, so I'll be with y'all tomorrow. You know, and if anybody, we could continue the discussion tomorrow, if that's okay.
All power.
Yeah, all power. Like you did a lovely presentation, Shay. It's lovely to, as always, see you expressing the strong heart and soul of a revolutionary that you still have all the way into your old age. You would think you still got the chipper revolutionary spirit of a fucking mid-20-year-old with the way you operate, brethren. So it's always wonderful to see you drop the beat.
Yeah.
You're a man of fucking great wisdom and like of great revolutionary fury. And just as a young radical, as a young revolutionary myself, knowing and having that strong connection and bond with someone as fucking solid as a comrade as you melts my heart into fucking liquid gold.
And we're glad you're still here on this earth with us.
Well, thank you. You know, I look forward to a few more years, you know. But you know, like I always say, you know, they if they didn't kill me in Attica, they would never kill me. I mean,
Hell yeah.
you know, unless they set it up in the street and kill me. If they didn't do it in Attica, they had their chance. You know, the only thing that always worried them a lot about me, I talk about me. There's other brothers that were similar to me, but I talk about me. The thing about them that worried them a lot was that I was crazy. They felt that I was crazy. I was always organizing, always trying to do something contrary to the administration, and so they always attempted to keep me in segregation, but they couldn't. I mean, the Russian roulette game that they played with me for 3 days. They didn't even they wasn't able to break me, you know. So you know, I look back, man, and I say to myself, Che Guevara is my father.
Yes.
All
Che
power.
Guevara is my father,
Hell
and I
yes.
take that after him. I'm his son. I take it after him. You know, before they killed him, he said, "You're going to kill a man, kill me," and they killed him. But he went out strong.
You can kill a man, but you can't kill a vision.
That's right.
You know, he went out strong. But anyway, I gotta go. I love y'all, man, and I'll talk to you tomorrow.
All power.
I love you
We
so
love
Okay,
you
much.
all
too,
power to the
comrade.
people.
Love and solidarity,
You
comrade.
have a good
All
So
night.
Joe
power.
wants to say something.
Yeah, all power to the people. And good shot for tomorrow. Yeah. That was
Can't hear him.
Yeah, the static's really bad, Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
all power.
Okay.
All power.
There's a thing I missed on the UK prisons as well. We actually have the largest incarceration. We have the largest incarceration rate in all of Western Europe. And so like the UK and the US are very mirrored prison systems in a lot of the ways they operate, and that's one of the big ones, mass incarceration. Another aspect of it would get into prison riots as well. We've had plenty of Atticas here, and they're not talked about much. And you know, as a revolutionary, I do want to get more into talking about these struggles with comrades who are involved in them. Unfortunately, unlike American prison riots, ours are not as well documented. Ours have not had as much like light in the fire, and them being tied with the civil rights movement in the UK. And I definitely like to bring this up on FWAM at some point. They've actually been erasing our civil rights movement for the last 70 years, the BBC especially, and they've been doing everything they can to eliminate it to the point that you tell people the UK has a civil rights movement, and you're like, wait, the UK had a civil rights movement? It's like, yeah, it started in the 50s. Like, you know, I mean, people get surprised when you tell them the US civil rights movement actually started in the 1920s, not the 1950s. Like, you know, everyone's minds on this is being purged, and the prison struggle really intersects in this purging of the civil rights movement. Heck, in the US, people don't tend to talk about the prison aspect of the civil rights movement. They only talk about like, oh, I know of Malcolm X at the best. I know of Martin Luther King in whatever rip-off version of
I
him
have
that
a
I got
dream.
from white people because they don't understand him, you know. And then like that's about as far as they go. Maybe they mention the Black Panthers or maybe even the Young Lords, but they won't ever mention. I mean, how can you talk about the Young Lords without talking about prison? Is kind of a mad thing to me. But like, you know,
Right.
they don't talk about the prison aspect, and I feel that shit's being wiped away from us. And so I think a lot of comrades watching this should take from this. This is an important piece of revolutionary media that's getting out the truth on these things and learning from these things. Because Attica is something that, unfortunately, in the modern memory, is slipping away. People are turning their brains off to the 70s and the 60s, and they really fucking need not to. Otherwise, they're gonna get smacked around the face with the brick of the 80s, like we did last time with the 80s. We're at a crux of struggle. BLM and Occupy were like the biggest protests in American history. BLM being literally the biggest protest in American history. We are at the cusp of actual radical struggle. Revolutionary takeover? Probably not. We're in the first world. We're in the imperial core. The chances of that are quite slim. But of radical takeover of sectors of society, of building up radical struggle, that shit is here, and people aren't doing enough to get to it. And so we really need to get on the cusp of struggle, and the unity of the prisons and the unemployed should really be our first target of operation in our media and in our political activities on the ground.
All
Indeed.
power.
All power. Lumpen Celt, which I'm guessing is Rob Hall,
It's Rob. Yeah.
is in
Yes.
chat. He says the civil rights movement for Catholics in the occupied 6 counties of the northeast of Ireland would be good to look into. All power.
Yeah.
For sure.
Very, very true,
For
comrade.
sure.
We
Oh,
should do a
especially with the
special.
fascism that was going on there. Like, I've had black comrades, including BRG, turn around and go, "Oh yeah, no, this is worse than even the shit we were dealing with." Like, because you didn't even get trials. You know, like the black thing was you got the kangaroo trial where you got trialed, but you might as well not be because you're dealing with white people trialing you. In Ireland, they just fucking slam you in a prison, and your family couldn't meet you, and you just end up dead at some point because you were tortured to a point of death, and they won't tell you how you died. Don't tell any other family. There are families now that still don't know how their like spouses or fathers were killed in prison.
Right.
Oh yeah, definitely the prison and hunger strikes for Ireland. That's like a really, really big thing of the fucking Irish struggle, like way back, but especially during the fucking so-called Troubles, the Irish Liberation War, like that. The hunger strikes were an intrinsic part of it. Also, a good point of conversation, Rob. Is the fucking issues around how the what's it the way that we lost like good Irish comrades into like becoming Gorkies of the state. There was that one little dickhead who basically became a fucking I think it was an MP, and like fucking. So there's like a really important thing about talking about the sellouts as well that sort of throw us under the bus.
I love that you shoot straight from the hip, and you're just like that little dickhead.
Yeah.
You see a lot of these little fuckers become like the bitch of Stormont, and the bitch of Stormont is the bitch of Westminster, you know, like for those that don't know, Stormont is the Parliament of Northern Ireland, basically. Like it's that little fucking pseudo government.
Well,
yeah,
I
no,
guess
that is important.
while we're still on here, Shanti, if you want to jump in and give any thoughts on the video too, by all means. Rock the mic. Secretary of Education, Comrade Che.
You already know I got something to say about this, just like what Kara said, it's facets of history of our ongoing struggle that we don't learn about. And in the recent fascist upheaval of banning books in the slave factories, which we call schools for whatever reason, because they're not schools, banning books and banning resources that children can get their hands on to have a realization of who their real enemy is and who they are. It's a major, major threat. And, coming from a very toxic, very dysfunctional, very slave factory school district here in the most segregated city you know, across this beast, it's very, very, very slim chance for, a disenfranchised Black or brown youth to be able to kind of have this sense of radical, progressive, revolutionary upheaval in um, the same caliber as Attica or MLK's assassination by the U.S. empire, by the government. And so, um, you know, once again, like the civil rights movement did not start with Emmett Till. It was a definite igniter, but it was a lot of factors that played into the civil rights movement becoming the civil rights movement. I mean, we could talk about the we can talk about Red Summer. We could talk about the race riots in Chicago, which set in stone the racial and political dynamics of Chicago forever. We could talk about the St. Louis riots. We could talk about the Rosewood massacre. We could talk about all of these things that you never really hear about unless you're luckily at a world language school like I was back in middle school. But even with that, it's very, very rare. And once again, with the fascist upheaval that is happening, it's really, really crucial that we get to the kids and have them be aware of this history, because they could be next too. They could be, in school or in the slave factory tomorrow, and just become discarded of and become part of um the neo plantations, just like that, because it's very insecure like that. And the police in the slave factories, being policed, being surveilled, especially here in Chicago. Now that there's more of a mass understanding of this history, at the same time, while fascists are trying to erase that history from our hands, it's really crucial that we keep that alive. Especially with me being a young person, like I'm almost 20, and I've it's been a journey to be able to know about this stuff that I had to really learn on my own. Even with my middle school, I still had to learn certain stuff on my own about, Bacon's Rebellion, about the Stono Rebellion, and how that played a major role in the in the legal biologized concept of white and black in the Anglosphere that is the US empire. So um having those resources in hand for the kids coming up, especially for Gen Alpha, and Gen Beta, and Gen Z and late millennials, is crucial for us to carry on that torch of Che, to carry on the torch of those prisoners, of those incarcerated folks in the camps who were still fighting no matter what, and you never ever hear of them because they want to keep up this narrative of prison bad, stay out of trouble. But how could we stay out of trouble when we're not given any kind of opportunity or any kind of autonomy of our own to be able to live where we don't have to be in these conditions and, fight back and resist to begin with, to respond, not react, but respond, because there's a major difference with those two. And so, like having these resources at hand can definitely help bridge the gap of the revolutionary consciousness that is definitely needed right now. All power.
All power. Very well said. That's a mic drop moment like no other. Beautiful way to wrap this up,
Yeah.
too. Unless you have any other thoughts to throw in, Kara, before we close things out for the night.
So, like, as someone who's learned for proletarian has been homeless twice, I've been like very enveloped with folk them who've come from prison. I've been engaging with people who've been in and out of prison since I was a teenager, and you're ballying about and you're smoking weed with folk them, and like the stigma is a really big problem. A lot of people treat like going into prison as some mark of like terror, like that you are now an invalid. The common thing used to describe us down here: we're invalids, we're not considerable. The failings of society are not the failings of society. It's our fault. Everything's our fault. Oh, you go to a prison where you're tortured, but it's your fault for breaking the law. What? Like, I'm sorry. If I did something wrong, you could teach me, not fucking beat the shit out of me. So, like, the important thing is, and like, where they're calling that commissioner on bullshit, it's always going to be bullshit. There is no nice way to do prisons. There's no nice way to do it. Like, and whether you can make the fucking argument that some people need to be incarcerated or not, fair enough, but prisons are not the way to do it. If someone is so dangerous for society that they need to some special considerations, be it because of their own consciousness around things or their own health, you need to stick them in a facility that A is still trying to rehabilitate them anyway. Like, you shouldn't give up on people. But B is providing them an actual decent standard of living. Being being like a terrible person doesn't mean you should be like tortured, or like doing something wrong doesn't mean you should be tortured. Like that's just fucking inhumane. It's unethical, and like no matter how bad you think someone is, repeating the behaviors of the enemy. What do you think that makes you a big man? Do you think that like makes you like a good person? It's like fuck off. Like that whole like the greater good mindset where like fuck ethics out the
Right.
window because these people are terrible. It's why like I'll come out here and make the criticism. Yes, those Nazi officers needed executing. It was fucking disgusting that the Soviet Union restored hanging to do it. Hanging was proven inhumane in the fucking 1600s. Are you actually fucking joking me? Like, we're meant to be ethical. The guillotine, the bullet are much ethical ways to deal with those things than hanging if they were going to have to be killed. Like, there is a really big problem in the communist movement of a lack of fucking ethical consideration, and it pisses me off. Like, everyone wants to act like the big I am. I hear people going, oh, we're going to make them fucking face the wall. The wall. You're going to get the wall. All these people, I never hold a fucking gun in their life. How about you go stand and face the wall? I point a gun at your back and scream shit at you and see how you fucking feel. You haven't even been in that situation. You don't even know what it's like. And you're going to go start threatening people? Like, this is the thing. You see all these middle-class fucking Marxists acting like big man this, big man that. Come out into the lumpen. Go on. Go into the fucking underclass. Outside the prisons, inside the prisons. Go be a big man there and watch your fucking head get bent straight for your ass. This shit makes me livid. And like, it is a really important situation that we advance ethical considerations as Marxists. Like, and to show an example of this, we have come far. 150 years ago, Marxists, including Engels, were eugenicists, like actually preaching it like loudly. And we had Lysenko in his version of eugenics as well, which was like ooga booga, let's do it the plant way, but like still eugenics. He tried to incorporate herbal-based procedures that actually have their issues anyway in the herbal domain onto like humans in this biologically essentialist mannerism. But as we've come forward, we have advanced more. But the problem we have is we've not advanced enough, and we're trailing behind. I've seen liberals spout better ethics than some so-called communists, because they think they're big man this, big man that. That, oh, we're gonna kill all these people. Killing Nazis means killing the fucking the influencers, the actual fucking ideologues, not fucking this worker was used as a stormtrooper by the Nazis. Let's fucking make him face the wall. Let's shoot him. Let's kill him. You know how fucking it makes us sound like a bunch of fucking murderers? Like that we just want to kill everyone.
Right.
I don't want to fucking kill people. The only reason I do it is because I fucking have to. Because you got to do some shit to survive, and we got people that want to kill us, and so we got to be ready to fucking fight back with fucking murder if need be. But if we go around spouting kill this, death that, murder this, fuck that, face the wall, we sound like the biggest bunch of fucking murderous people ever, and it's always these snotty-nosed middle-class people that have never fucking raised a fist and fucking clotted someone around the side of the face before in their life. And if they get met with it, they'd be fucking on the floor crying like a little bitch. They had no idea the reality that we face, especially inside those prisons. And I like, that's an astounding thing to me. Fucking astounding that like people are so belligerent.
It's really easy to talk big from behind a fucking keyboard.
Yes.
Or when you're protected by your class, like, getting to say it in a speech or on a video or anything that gets you that ability to rise up above the poorer people and talk down to us like we mean nothing. And then act like big man this, big man that, a lot of people that get caught up in like fascist like squads and stuff that we're gonna have to like fight and possibly kill are working class people with working class interests. A lot of them being deluded and carried on. The SA, me and Rob have talked about this. The SA, a lot of them were like people that actually wanted something equating socialism, but they didn't know what it fully was. And they got deluded by Nazi propaganda into the SA. It's one of the reasons why the SA was seen as a danger later on, because it did have a lot of radical elements in it that come from the proletariat and the lumpen proletariat. And like, we do have to try and like save a lot of those people at the same time. Like, we got to kill them if they come in to fight us. But I want to like strip those people away from those positions. I don't want to have to kill all my working brothers and sisters. And the middle class doesn't seem to get that. Like, they don't seem to get that at all. They don't get when we say kill Nazis, they're on about the petty bourgeois little fuckers that are running that shit. We ain't on about the fucking workers caught up in it. We're on about the Hitlers and the Himmlers, not the fucking, not Strauss or whatever random German worker name we want to use. Strauss is one that's used in Soviet and East German stuff to represent a common worker. But yeah.
Indeed. Well said. Once again, another mic drop moment.
Both of us
I
have
need to get like a dummy mic
right?
just for drop it.
And I'm like, how do I follow that? Awkwardly.
No, Neil, not Strasser. Strauss is literally just like a random surname they use to represent a like a worker. Strasser though is one of the ideologues that should be fucking killed though. Like definitely.
Yeah.
Like both Strassers as well. None of this like shit you see a lot of fucking people do where they're like, oh, Gregor was so good. It's just Otto that was the little shit. It's like But yeah, no, Strauss was like something they used in like German songs and stuff as a way to just say, oh, this is some worker dude. I think it was named after a working class radical, that I can't remember the story. Mass death is a feature of capitalism. Most products praised for profit are responsible for increasing disease and premature death. Yes. They knew that lead was dangerous, and they used lead to construct so much shit around our houses: lead paint, lead pipes, including for drinking water, which Flint, Michigan's still fucking dealing with problems with, as well as like it's good like 40% of like the east and Midwest of America is like got like lead pipes still. And what's it? You have the use of asbestos. They literally, when they started using asbestos, they ran scientific tests on like how asbestos functions and determined it completely unsafe. They were like, no, this is deadly. However, it's cheap and it does form a very strong structure. And so they implemented it anyway. They knew it was terrible, but they implemented it anyway. So it's not only that the profiteering spreads diseases. 9 times out of 11, they know they're spreading those diseases. They know they're spreading that death, and they do it anyway because it's cheap and profitable.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, fuck stress rights.
Yeah.
Budget Hitlerites. They are the sock them wing of the Nazi party, but this is why like people need to not get so happy that they found the sock them wing of a fascist party. Social democracy is objectively the moderate wing of fascism. The more separated from a fascist party they are, the more you can work with them on like united fronts and stuff. But they'll eventually go to the fascists in the end. They're always our enemy in the end. I will mention this quickly on united fronts. So an important factor of United Fronts is not that we're becoming friends with the Social Democrats. It's about the workers. It's all about a united front of the working class. So we're operating in defiance of the Social Democrats. That's why Lenin said a united front does not mean a suppression of the party cadres' positions on the other groups in the United Front. We will not suppress our criticisms. Don't care who the fuck you are. Like call it fucking what's the word they use for it? It starts with an S, where like you're separating parts of the left. How can I think of it? Sectarianism. Accuse of sectarianism all you like, but that's the important factor of it, because Lenin said this: we're going into the United Front with the socialist revolutionaries and everything. We retain our right to criticize. And so the whole important point of that is we're supposed to be showing to the workers that the Social Democrats are a bunch of dickheads. As Stalin said in the piece that he actually called them moderate fascists, that our job is to show that these quote unquote bourgeois pacifists, the imperialist and pacifist clothing, needs to be ousted. And one of the best ways we can do that is through the United Front system, and like constant propaganda and information being brought out there. Like this podcast is a good example of something that's an informative point of media. The internet, we need to abuse every little aspect of it that exists to spread out media. And the traditional newspaper is not dead. Everyone that says it's dead is full of shit. Like I think communist parties might need to be a little more willing to give them out for free. to certain people because a lot of poor people ain't gonna be able to afford them, and the most people that would benefit from a newspaper are people that can't afford cell phones and stuff. So like accessibility to newspapers needs to be increased, but I don't think people should shun the idea of printing papers. I think we need to print posters en masse. You should be printing at least like 200 or 25 with 4 on, so you can get to 100, at least 100 sheets, and go plaster them around everywhere. All sorts of pieces of information, shit that can get people in touch with you. If you are like in a situation where you think you're ready to organize, but you don't have an organization, go post posters around. Get people to contact you. Use a burner number for it, though. Use a secondary number. Don't fucking get yourself in a situation where right wingers can get a hold of your like actual legal details. Use a burner number and then get like people contacting you and organize together and build that struggle. And then next thing you know, you have that 14-man Panther party that started the Black Panthers. They started with 14 men and they went about into communities, fixing potholes, correcting signs, all dressed together in the same uniform. And people were like, yo, wagwan with this? Like, what's happening? And that's called observation and engagement. They observe, they engage, because they start going, oh, yo, we can do this. How can we help? How can we pitch in? How can we all come together? And so that's like a really important thing about all that shit.
Indeed. We got a lot firing off here in the comments. Rob said revisionism, fascism, and social democracy all have in common class collaborationism and petty bourgeoisie / labor aristocrat leadership.
Well,
Fucking accurate.
It would just be petty bourgeois leadership, the labor aristocracy. I mean, they're lieutenants. They have an authoritarian position, but they're not the leadership. They're the lieutenants of labor still. But in fascism, that role intensifies because they have an intrinsic role of being stormtroopers for that petty bourgeois leadership.
It applies still though with the class collaborationism though, because they're working for the benefit of the bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie because they have high hopes that if they keep licking boots and eating ass, that they will eventually get up into those frameworks. And so they're going against the rest of actual labor, you know?
Yes and no at the same time, actually. So they are trying to, but not in the normal ways. It's not meritocracy with fascism. They have to basically try and wheedle their way in, and so they'll try and use corruption as a way to get into higher positions. But the actual traditional way with class collaborationism is they're in like an honorable position or a position of God or something like that is usually the way they look at it. And it's like, oh, I'm a functionary. Because fascism actually takes a lot from functionalism, which is a sociological school that I won't go into now, but it would definitely be a really good discussion for like a podcast topic. It's quite intrinsic to it. And like, so with functionalism, it kind of determines that everyone's in the place they should be. And so the labor aristocrats, they kind of get imbued with this idea that their like authority is worth more than it is, and that they're the special boys, that they're what the Nazis are centered on. And so it puts them at the forefront. That's why with Nazi propaganda, it was all workers this, workers that. They're on about the labor aristocracy. And so with that class collaborationism, you have that hierarchical structure where, like, obviously you got the workers on the bottom that are expected to toll in line. You have the labor aristocracy to keep them in line. And then you have the petty bourgeoisie to run the government, and you have the bourgeoisie to run the economy. And it's very strictly intertwined. And the petty bourgeoisie running the government has dictatorship over everyone, including the bourgeoisie, and how they run the economy. I mean, everyone goes on about China killing capitalists as a way to show that they're supposedly socialist. And I'm like, Nazi Germany. Like, that's all I have to mention. Nazi Germany killed quite a few capitalists. You know, like China and Nazi Germany have a lot of similarities today that are really important to talk about in regards to that, like, way that the petty bourgeoisie has this dictatorial role over government, but they're not really the petty bourgeoisie anymore. They've become the bourgeoisie. Hitler, all them lot, they became bourgeois. They come from the petty bourgeoisie, but it's like the petty bourgeoisie has a strive to become bourgeois, and in the liberal sense, that's economic. They just want to own capital and property. In the political sense, like Hitler and all them, the intellectuals, quote unquote, they want to become bourgeois politicians. So their rise is to take over the bourgeois political structure and actually enforce it as an authority, rather than it being like it is under liberalism, where it's kind of an authority, but it flimsily exists mainly to maintain law and order and wars and keep things together in a sort of lackadaisical way. Or fascism takes a more policing. Gramsci talks about this. It originally took a more militant approach, and it still has that militant approach, but it's more policing than it is like actual just outright militancy. So they're trying to police the system and hold it together through brutality.
Shanti, can I tag you in for a few minutes? I definitely don't want to cut the conversation short because this is fire, but I have 3 very demanding dogs yelling at me and hopping on me to take them outside to go.
Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna answer the call before it ends up on my floor. I'll be back.
Okay. I guess I could take over for the last few minutes. Hey everyone. Yeah. You got anything else to say, Carl? Because I know it's a lot of valuable information that the people need watching tonight live or posted on the For We Are Many YouTube. Anything else?
I mean, like, a lot of this talk on fascism really like relates back to the discussion on prisons, the discussion on Attica. A prison system is a fascist system. Like I talked about it a bit earlier, class collaboration is a core element of how prisons operate. You know, they try and create conflict amongst the workers. You saw what Che went on about this a bit, and so did the documentary, the last little bits we watched of that talked about it. How, like, you know, different workers from different areas would be targeting each other. Shit like this actually happened under a lot of fascist societies where people got competitive with each other in the lower working class, even though class collaborationism was in place. But usually, in the case of class collaborationism, everyone is like, you know, the greater good is the kind of mindset everyone's following. And like that gets more volatile in prisons. In society, it's around that middle class, high polluting, floaty. Oh, we're the labor aristocracy, la di da di da. They don't give a shit about what the proletariat are experiencing. The lower ends of the proletariat can fuck off. The upper ends of the proletariat, if they're white, well, they'll get invited into the labor aristocracy as the lower echelon. Because the expansion of the labor aristocracy is quite important to fascism, and it focuses on aspects of society, not just race. There's aspects of this what we're seeing with like the masculinity movement or whatever the fuck it calls itself, the meninist movement. Like they're they're basically pushing it from a gender sector. There's the cis shit that comes from the TERFs. All of these are ways of saying, okay, these people, we'd like to give these people more privilege so we can fuck off these invalids. And it's taking advantage of the imperial core, the fact that we have that ability to grant that much privilege. In the imperial core, we all have bourgeois privileges. Like shit that isn't a part of my class. I have those privileges because I live in this world, and I'm not even in capitalist realism. Society doesn't work for me. It doesn't work at all. I see the cracks of everything. I see it from the outside of capitalist realism. You're all in the middle class. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you think you are or how well you think you know. Your world is dictated by capitalist realism. Even if you are doing good as a comrade to oppose it, you are opposing it every day because it dictates how you see the world. Like constantly, it's beating you over the head to see capitalism functions, capitalism works. What do you think in the first world, more than any part of the world, we see petty bourgeois people that seem like class traitors turn out to be fellow travelers, turn out to get pulled away from the struggle and back into normal society? It's because, guys, society functions. So why would we exclude ourselves from society? Which we're not meant to be excluding ourselves. We're not meant to be like not pushing legal action, of course. But that's the kind of dichotomies people throw. It's like when people talk about like the difference between hedonism and stoicism. It's like, bro, it's somewhere in the middle. Both of those ideas are kind of a bit defunct because you can't be wholly either or the other. But the you know the so like we're looking at this relationship. Capitalist realism inflects on fascism outside of the prisons and how it operates. Those in the middle class are going to want to be delivered their capitalist realism, and they will likely get it. Whilst those of us in the lower class will be, especially those of us who are minorities, the minorities they choose to target at this time. But usually, when they target a minority, they target all minorities. They'll be throwing us into camps, like death camps, all the way with the way shit's gonna go. And like in those prison camps, in those death camps, there's that same shit we're seeing in prisons now today. That's very important to this topic, and that is that the prisons are not quite like that. Oh, look, we give a rosy experience for the middle class. The kind of class collaborationism in prisons is much more violent and aggressive and like
and much more brutal.
Open door violence. They're not trying to like con you into, oh, this is the great way to run a perfect society. We're so much better than everyone else, although some evil group of minorities are probably going to destroy us at the same time because utopian dystopianism. Machiavellianism intensifies, blah blah blah. In prison, it is just outright brutality. There isn't any hiding of it. Why would they hide it inside the prisons? No one's fucking looking from the outside. So they only have to hide how it comes outside the prisons. You don't have to hide it inside the prisons. And the lumpen bourgeoisie and the lumpen petty bourgeoisie have a lot to answer for inside prisons when it comes to taking fucking bribes and being a little bitch of prison commissioners and fucking guards to fucking target people inside fucking prisons to stop riots, stop revolutionaries, massacre communist organizations. And these people are the drug lords of the prisons. These people are the guys you got to go to if you want your smack, you want your crack, you want your coke, you want your fucking weed, you want your meth, you want your speed, you want your fucking MDMA. You gotta fucking go to these
Then go
people
ahead.
because they're getting it in through the cops.
Right.
They do a deal. They keep the prison peace for the cops. The cops get them the fucking drugs in, and like that element of relationship, it's a part of their Sturmtruppen, to put it in German to make it sound scarier. Relationship with things, and they'll use the lumpen labor aristocracy as their little fucking tools to smack fucking people down. As I was talking about in the UK prisons, there was that like. I mean, outside of prison, he was a lumpen labor aristocrat, but by the relationship he was having with these fucking like prison folk, them, it seemed like he was pretty high up in rank. So he might have been a lumpen petty bourgeois inside the prisons. Like he was actually in as like a watchman, basically an overseer, someone who was like a watchdog, watching over the interaction as like a member of the fucking like likely whatever gang these group were involved in. They never told me the name of the gang and anything like that. The meeting between lumpen bourgeois and prison fucking like the head guard and like his fucking posse at the prisons to make a fucking of that prison, sorry, to make a deal. And like that deal was used to stop an active prison riot that was going on at the time. The police, the guards, they approached them. They came to them to solve the problem. And so, like, we've really got to be not only targeting the prison guard, we got to target the lumpen bourgeoisie and the lumpen petty bourgeoisie inside the fucking prisons. If we don't fight against them, then, they're going to crush us. They're going to crush us in the prison struggle because they've done it so many times. Like, how many Atticas have been squashed because the lumpen bourgeoisie and the lumpen petty bourgeoisie organize their goons to keep up their fucking dividends, to fight in the name of the guards. Also, how do lumpen aristocrats, petty bourgeois, and bourgeois function inside the UK? I mean, like, the same way they function inside the US. I'm not too sure what the differentiation would be. I guess the racial element is different, but it actually still follows a lot of similar lines.
Yeah.
But the class interactions are all the same, like lumpen proletarians, the unemployed, the dispossessed, the ragged worker, to translate it. Lumpen is a German word for ragged proletariat, for ragged, or ruffian. And the lumpen labor aristocracy are drug runners. They're the low end people. People usually call them their dealer, but usually your dealer is not your dealer, it's your drug runner, the guy who's running you shit from a dealer, basically, because they're buying like an ounce or two and selling it in smalls. You've got your lump and petty bourgeois. They're the dealers getting on the bigger side of things, where they're fucking shooting ounces like mad, maybe even moving keys. Well, a lot of them are moving keys. And then you've got the drug lords. That's the lump and bourgeoisie. That's the same in the UK as it is in the USA. I don't know why it would be different, other than maybe like race inflicting on it more in the US. But as I say, a lot of people need to be careful about that line, because they'll then make the mistake of thinking that it doesn't inflect on the UK. They literally do the same shit where they go on about black on black crime over here that they do in the US. We're not too far dissimilar when it comes to shit like that. And it's that targeting of the lumpen proletariat, because we do have a large black, brown lumpen proletariat. We have a much more multicultural society in a lot of other ways. America's like born on multiculturalism, but centered on Anglo-Saxonism. In the UK, in the lumpen proletariat, it's like, there's Pakistani people, there's African people, both African Anglos that are like integrated to our society, and people that have moved over that have fallen into poverty. We've got Arab people in poverty. We got Jamaican people in poverty. We got fucking and when I
The
say African people,
Kitians.
I mean all over Africa. Britain's colonialism of Africa has a very big effect on a lot of this.
Yeah.
And rightly said, Shanti, indigenous people as well. We got Chicano people here in poverty. We've got fucking Russian people here in poverty. We got Polish people here in poverty. We've got fucking Romanian people. We got Chinese people in poverty. We've got like such a diverse cast of people, and I know America has this too. And like that's a big point of unification of the way our lumpen proletarians operate. But Britain's empire is a really big important on why we have actually a lot more of a racially diverse lumpen proletariat than a lot of people in America or other parts of the world might actually think. And like so our struggle is quite a diverse one. I mean, Jamaican people, I've talked about wagwan and stuff like that, regarding like their interactions with the white working class. Jamaican workers and petty bourgeois were intrinsic to working class struggle in England throughout the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. It is the reason why, when someone's a cocksucker, I'm likely to call them a rasclat or a bumperclat. Or if they're a big fucking cocksucker, I'll call them a rasclat, bumperclat. Both of those basically mean cocksucker, by the way. And, that's from a cultural exchange, which a lot of people aren't familiar with, the difference between cultural exchange and cultural appropriation. We all came together and we kindled with each other, and Jamaican people have become a integrated part of like working class struggle in England. And yeah, Antonio, there's not many Chicano people here, but we've got Chicano people here. Same as Spain as well. Spain's got a lot of Chicano people. Also, a part of it as well is because we actually stole Chicano people. The Queen herself was caught doing it with indigenous people in general, like in Canada. They were stealing indigenous people still, but back in the day, we were stealing all sorts of indigenous people, and a lot of Chicano people were involved in that too. The history on British slavery is like messed up because everyone goes and uses the fact that it was way bigger in America to ignore the fact that we had chattel slaves here on the homeland of England, Scotland, Wales, and inside France, inside Spain. Those three countries robbed so many slaves. Even they had issues with how many they were taken, and they took barely any compared to the like 100 million that were taken into America. But it's still like we're still talking hundreds of thousands to millions, depending on which country you're talking of. This is not a small amount of people, and it's one of the reasons why we have a large black population here. Yeah. I mean, if someone from France or someone said it, it'd be kind of fucking jarring to me. I've had to slap an American for like saying it without the cultural integration. And there's some English people I'd slap too because they don't respect it. There's a really important part of that like cultural integration that's important. And like I wouldn't want anyone disrespecting like Jamaican dialect I'd slap them for my Jamaican brethren as it is. But yeah, I can see how it would be a bit fucking jarring. But yeah, y'all was so integral to like our struggle and like growing up. I mean, I got Jamaican family as well. I got Jamaican cousins, second cousins as well. But like, like growing up, my inspirations have all been like massively influenced by Jamaican brethren. You could say my first interactions with communist thought was Get Up, Stand Up by our brethren Bob Marley, like that shit like enlightened a fire in me. Just like Helen Keller did in regards to me needing to stand up for my fucking rights and not let anyone fucking stand on my rights and let me put me into a state of suffering. So yeah, like Jamaica has been a heart and soul of English struggle, while Britain has been the fucking vengeance of devastation on Jamaica, and that's an important part of our international connections with our Jamaican brethren. Jamaica, even though it's free of the crown, are not free of British oppression. They need out of the Commonwealth. They need Britain off their fucking land. Stop stealing their fucking sugarcane and get the fuck out of there. Like Jamaica has done so much effort in like solidarity towards our struggles, and yet in the UK, solidarity to Jamaican struggles, while it does exist, is not fucking big enough and needs to be advanced. Yeah, and strong love and solidarity, Richard. You dropped the beat well. And yeah, I love Bob to death as well. Bob was like my fucking like biggest inspiration in music growing up, like because the guy actually spoke like politically and in a way that was rhythmic and soothing and soulful. It was like this guy is a poet, and like I love poetry, and it got me into hip hop as well. Actually, that was like where hip hop started to speak to me too. And like that gets into another thing as well. You might hear like my tonation, like literally how I'm speaking now. My tonation is a weird mixture of my English, the organic Irish ways I speak as well, and of the fact I use Jamaican speak, but also New African vernacular English. You can kind of hear it in some of my tonations because the New African people as well have been a massive point of like a struggle for us. And one of the big integrations of them is where African Anglos have integrated themselves with New African culture and have brought it over here. And then our integrated struggles in the lumpen have been have like intermingled that culture as well through cultural exchange, and has brought a lot of interconnections with it to the point where like we actually have white people doing actual rap that's good and isn't fucking just stealing people's culture and making loads of crap. Like that, you almost have to make an addendum when you smash white rap. It's like, oh, not our lumpen brethren, and like not just the UK, but also like I know New York and Detroit has like a really good white underground scene as well. But like that's like a really intrinsic part. Also, really good point. Exactly. And their Hawksite, Jamaica produces like 80% of the first world's aluminium, but receives like 1% of the profits, and that goes to their misleadership. It goes to their compradors. Rightly said, Richard. Preaching it beautiful as always.
Right. That's a problem we can still see in a lot of areas that either are still colonized or have previously been colonized, and they're not quite done yet with the decolonization process, and all of their
Ireland.
fucking rare minerals and things like that are still being raped from their land, and the people who those resources belong to seeing no fucking benefit from it at all. This is why
Ireland.
we emphasize decolonization.
Like a lot of drinks like this will be produced in Ireland for the UK. Britvic, which is a British soda company, they make their shit in the Free State of Ireland. In the 80s, IBM was producing their computers in Ireland under awful conditions. Ford Motor Company was abusing Irish workers until they shut down their plants in the 2010s and fucking threw us all onto the streets. Because as soon as we started struggling for that greater benefit, they threw us down the drain just like they threw workers down the drain in the first world 30 years before. And Ireland is abused by the UK and the EU as a tax haven. It's abused for its production still. India is a second world country now. It's an imperial country developing. It has lots of third world territories, but the actual like central power of India, you would call it second world, an inter-imperialist country or a regional imperialist, whichever term people prefer. But they themselves, Britain owns 10%. British capitalists own 10% of Indian industry. Still to this day, India is in the Commonwealth. Like, how free are they? Are the fucking British if they're in an economic organization ran by the king? Oh, he's not an authoritarian leader or anything. He's just a point of guidance. It's like influence through soft power. Like that means someone has no power. Fuck off. Like that's a load of bullshit. And the king and the queen, they're some of the most experienced statesmen in the world. Their advice can absolutely influence a lot of leaders to do a lot of shit in the interests of the British. And in the interests of their imperial unity, their imperial interests. India's now got conflicts with China, and Britain's going to try and capitalize on that. But yeah, these, semi-colonialism, neo-colonialism, it puts us in a grip, and we won't ever be free until we smash those states entirely. Ireland never freed itself. It never freed itself. The Free State, the so-called fucking Irish Republic, belongs to the fucking monarchy until like the 60s, the 50s, and then they changed it to the so-called republic. And what is it owned by? It's owned by the British, it's owned by the Americans, and it's owned by the European Union. It belongs to them. Irish trade is sent through the northern territories, the occupied 6 counties. So Britain turned around and was like basically holding Ireland ransom and the EU ransom to maintain their backdrop. It's called the Irish backdrop, and basically it's Ireland has to put its ship through England, through the occupied counties to trade with Europe. And Britain was like, oh, if we're leaving the EU, we're not losing this control over Ireland's relationship with Europe, because like essentially to the British, it's their territory. And whilst capital-wise, like finance capital, the EU and the US probably do have a larger point of like power for influence, although that's not entirely true because the British have a more convulsed relationship with capital when it comes to their empire because of the Commonwealth that I'm not going to get into now. But when it comes to like political domination, the thanks for that, Neil. Yeah, 1949. But for the domination by politics, that's the British. The EU as well to an extent, but like the British have like a massive monopoly on like how Irish politics is guided and made. And that's why like even the social conservatives in the socialist wing of the fucking of the Sinn Féin and the Provos turned around and was like, yo, siding with the Parliament of Ireland is as good as siding of the Free State is as good as siding with the fucking Parliament of Stormont and Westminster. They are all traitors. They are all enemies of the fucking Irish struggle. And dare us get involved with any of them, and we kill the fucking struggle right where it stands. Sorry, I'm rambling a bit.
It's okay.
Oh, Zen got yeeted. Yeah, rightly said, Neil. Like, yeah, they get like some benefits, but strip them quite quickly. And it was only for the privileged side of Ireland. If you're in the rundown areas of Ireland, you ain't gonna see any of that shit. Oh, thanks, Richard. Like, yeah, no, I think there'll be wonderful clips from here, especially from Comrade Che. Like, that guy knows how to drop that beat hard. Oh, And that's the fucking
Oh.
get fucking ADHD people to manage like a fucking live stream. Oh, I gotta click the button. I need to click the button. The button needs to be pressed.
Meanwhile, we're both clicking it. Yeah.
It'd be even better if Rob was here because it'd be all three of us clicking it.
Right? Turns into a real clusterfuck of on screen, off screen, on screen, off screen. My tablet is super fucking sensitive, and I went to drop my keyboard back down, and instead it was like, let's reload the page. Like, God damn it. Like, why? But yeah, craplet for the win.
Is there a large
And
Haitian community
real
in the
star of
UK?
the show.
Aw.
I do. Yeah, puppies want attention. They're demanding doggo time.
It was when they came on. It was during like a pretty like strenuous conversation, and the doggy just comes on with a smile, just like looking at the camera and you at the same time.
Right.
I'm just like, fuck, no, cuteness has come here. I've got to pull the something serious is being taught face.
Right. I really think she ignores most of what we're saying. She's just like, I want in this. Give me
She
some
hears people
attention.
talking and she's like, let me in.
Yeah. You're precious.
It's weird that, like, you know, because I mean, take the right picture and you can make it happen, but everyone goes about how angry huskies look, and it's like, okay, look at a husky from a side because they always have a smile. Like huskies are
Yeah.
like really smiley dogs, kind of like Akitas and Shibas as well.
Yeah, she's got permagrin. It does get higher of like you can tell when she is legitimately smiling at you because her lips will turn right up, and it's like, yeah, you're a happy girl. You are. You're so stinking sweet. I see we got some more stuff popping up in the chat here.
Yeah, Mrs. Coupon from Nieves.
Oh goodness! Now my face is covered in dog hair.
The husky dynamic.
Thank you, Neil. Oh goodness.
And yeah, I did comment on this, but I will show it anyway because I should have shown it when I was commenting on it. But yeah, this episode's gonna have bomb tracks to drop, especially from Comrade Che. I wish I hadn't passed out today. I was supposed to fucking like have a nice shower, so I actually didn't look like a rat coming on the thing. I looked destitutional today. Like I turned up late. I like woke up and was like, oh fuck, shit.
Hey, it's okay. Worked out.
At least there wasn't any technical difficulties because that was the main thing I was meant to be around for. So there's that.
Right. We managed to get Joe's audio to connect this time. However, I think he needs new earbuds.
Yeah, it's either the earbuds or it's that fan is like causing interference with them. It's something. There might be a broken wire in them. Could be something like that. Yeah, a broken wire actually would make a lot of sense.
Ow! All right. Sarah's just over here flopping on me.
Irish Free State, the 26 counties are Gombian, West Brit, East Yank, Comprador, Equineo, Colonial, Puppet. Aye, bro. Well, we're about to hit the 4-hour mark, so I will just say, like, as like a closing piece from me, is that like people need to really focus on like what's being taught here. This isn't just like some piece of bygone history to learn from and go, oh, that's a lovely thing of a piece of history, and not put anything into practice. This is like a lot of parts of history are as a call to action in essence and in form. We really need to advance our struggle and learn from comrades like Comrade Che in regards to like you know, building up radical struggle. As I said during the thing, prisons and the unemployed and the homeless, prisons and the homeless are like the primary target for radical organization and the most radicalizable people that you can reach out to. And our main position now should be reaching out to those groups. Prison chapters and homeless street parties should be something that we should be endorsing and actively creating. Lumpen proletarian brethren, they're in the movement. Like, I speak to you in this regards. We have a forefront of responsibility in starting and organizing these things. None of these fucking petty bourgeois people are gonna be able to go into our fucking streets and start fucking wrapping people up. That's something we gotta do. We gotta try and pull our lumpen proletarian brethren into the movement, into the struggle. You know,
There's a reason why Che always says Attica is all of us. And it's because the things he's describing that they're willing to fucking do in there, they're willing to fucking do out here. This is something important to learn from so that we can be prepared.
yeah, especially for those of us that are in the oppressed, especially those of us who are minorities in the oppressed. Like, we're fucked. They're coming for us. And so if we don't do anything, we're not going to change that. We need to change that. So it's really intrinsic that we take this to the fucking base level of the streets. Also, Gabby, regarding Haitian people, it's more so that I don't know. Like, there might be Haitian people here, probably, but like not in a way that like I know of any significance.
I think that would be dope if Felix starts a homeless union. We need
Yeah,
those
no,
everywhere.
that's an important thing for us to start. And then homeless unions can help other unions in regards to strikes. I've actually talked about this, and I'd like to do a topic on Prime about this at some point. It's about organizing the unemployed and the homeless as aides in a strike, like people to ramp up the numbers, ramp up the struggle, and so we come in as the support force to help keep strikes going and militarize the strike more, arm the strike more, push that strike force forward. In a country like my own, where getting a firearm is not a legal thing that you can easily do. I mean, there are legal ways to do it, but that's for the petty bourgeoisie to enjoy. You need connections with lumpen fucking, not just lumpen proles, but you need to like reach out to the lumpen side of the market, the black market, to get guns like that and protect people. But even armed with like legal weapons, I mean, there's not really such thing in the UK. It's complicated. You know, and defending ourselves and being ready to fight. We gotta do shit like that. We gotta prepare. And in regards to like advancing strikes to a point where they can get there, to the point we can start deploying occupy tactics and building zones, unions of the unemployed and prison unions as well can be a massive point of support for mass strike action, because a mass strike doesn't necessarily have to be this like thing that a lot of chauvinists idealize, that they think it's just going to be the people who have a job, you know, fuck the unemployed, fuck everyone else. It's going to be a mass strike of the workers. That's their mindset. Nada, 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 nada. A mass strike is of the population. It's about everyone turning around and going, nah, fuck this, and actually getting out there and organizing and being a part of a wide struggle. And that fucking important thing of the Occupy strategy being incorporated into our own pre-existing strategies for mass strike. Mass strike is how communist revolution happens. It is the way, not a way, the way. And you know, the Occupy strategy of building zones that we can protect and we can advance would be very important, especially with us giving one thing to those zones: militarization, coordination, organization, and survival strategies that help those things pre-exist. We can provide people food, shelter, water, education, healthcare, and everything else in between through those zones, using strategy, tactics, and resources to keep a struggle going on, not just for months, for years, for decades. We don't know how long like protracted struggle's going to take, but we need to be able to set up gains that won't be lost, rather than it being this, oh, we gain a massive amount of territory with a strike and a protest, we get our concessions and we give it back. We ain't giving it back. It's not theirs, it's ours. It was already ours. And like, if we keep holding on to this shit and we keep pushing on for the years it might take us, we will fucking win, without a fucking doubt.
All fucking power. All right, we're past 4 hours, so that will be the final mic drop for the night. Y'all have a lovely evening. We'll see you back here next Monday. Once again, this has been a fabulous discussion. Thank you, everyone, for coming and throwing down on this. This has been a production of For We Are Many in conjunction with the United Panther Movement and the Panther newsletter, Right On. Keep coming. We'll be back every Monday. All power.
All revolutionary love and power.
If I can get the video to load.